You're all going to have to wait a minute while I eat my pretzels. Pretty good. Sour cream and chive. Tasty. Also, thank you for the subs. Hype train! Woo! Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much. How are we all? Oh, buttons. Click them. Solution. That one. Cool. Maybe. Yes. Aha. Vomiting and diarrhea areas. Beautiful. I hope you're feeling better. It seems to have been a week of it. Yeah. there was also another reason I wouldn't have been able to do the Chronicles yesterday. So, my wife's gone on a cruise with her mum, off to the fjords of Norway. Beautiful. I'm envious, but this is what it is. Slight issue though. My wife's car may be totaled and written off. She needs a new car now. So, yeah. That happened. There is also a chance next Saturday may be a write-off, as I have to perhaps go and pick her up from the port. We shall see. Yes. My wife and her mum, mother-in-law, they're both fine. It was, but yeah, the front of the car, insurance looked at it and went, no, go. So yeah, that's why I've not been around much. Let's put it that way. Anyway, thank you everyone. Welcome into today's session of Pariahs, episode 53. Whew. We are powering through these episodes, and of course, Deez, thank you for the 61-month Tier 3 resub. Divrek, thank you for your 26-month. Lucius, thank you for your 53-month. What up, Divrek? What up, dog? Ceiling, lights, sky, space, planets, potentially extraterrestrials. As for Lucius, hashtag Cypher did nothing wrong. Cypher did nothing wrong, we'll see about that.
Hey, it's a fact, alright?
God damn it, Deez, John, thank you both of you. Some truck nuts on the new whip. Cheers, buddy. Thank you for those 5,000 bits. And Jump, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. God damn it. Alright. Cypher.
Yes?
Let's dive straight in. Give us a, I think a lot of people at this point kind of know shit went south last episode. So,
it depends on your point of view, actually. Alright? To Cypher, everything went swimmingly.
Alright, why? What happened?
All according
What happened?
to plan. Alright, we started off with the group dodging an area of denial, fucking bombard, saturation of fucking fireballs, because the mages are like, why are they this close? They shouldn't be this close. So they may have panic fireballed a small football field.
Yeah.
And then the crew were like, well, you thought that was funny. We got more tricks up our sleeve. Da, da, da. So out comes the smoke bomb and the ladder. And you know what? Fucking Scarn is worth his weight in gold, because he just fucking lifted that ladder, Desmond and all. Although that would have been, I need that as a GIF. Desmond just getting raised on a ladder.
Getting yeeted through the air on the end of a
Desmond on a ladder. Yeah.
Trebuchet.
Trebuchet.
Defend the trebuchet. That still triggers the fuck out. We know it's a trebuchet. Hi, fuck chivalry too. Anyway, sorry, go on. I sidetracked.
Just random vitriol. Fuck that game. Still wrong. But yeah, and then we were in amongst them, like fucking white on
right.
rice. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever that means.
Good save.
Well, I was saying it, and then I was like, I don't get the reference. It's an American thing. But yeah, then we were in amongst them, minus Reza, who was fucking using the bang bang to lay down the hurt. Firstly,
Wow.
on the guy that was holding up a wall of force, keeping the Ice Maiden in check, as he pretty much died in one shot, right? Was it the burning that finished him off? It was, wasn't
Yes.
Mm-mm.
it? No, it
Well,
wasn't. He got stabbed by the ice witch.
Mm-hmm.
Eh.
Mm-hmm.
He was basically dead though. He was
Yeah,
proper fucked. Not just
It-
fucked, but like proper.
1 HP in a dream fucked.
Yeah. So Callie was fucking doing her best Chris Kyle fucking
Breast what?
best Chris Kyle fucking.
Wait, are we talking
this
about my
is-
boobs? What? Go on.
Sure,
You
why not?
jablets.
She went full American sniper, and we just got in amongst them, and everybody died, including Frug, who was starting to lose mirror images due to fucking the volume of arrows coming his way. He's like, well, maybe I shouldn't be flying, but arrows are coming my way at that volume. Time to land, and that was. It was at this moment he knew he
He
fucked
fucked
up.
up.
Because the big red went no smash, and then he was like, well, it's time to run away, and Garrett was like, no, here, hold this. And and ended him.
Garrett very, very much took the hold my beer approach.
I mean, he could have thrown a beer and killed him. Fucking the way he rolled. A sneak attack with the baseline. Dunk. Critical pine pop. oh yeah, the loud kind. I forgot about the loud kind. Yeah. So all this
shit.
mayhem is going on,
You shit.
being narrated
You really
by,
very shit.
yeah, by our resident fucking football hooligan, the loud kind.
Oh, that was the best fucking magical item I've ever introduced. I loved it.
So, everybody, well, most everybody was pretty fucked up. Minus Cypher, who was actually pretty good. And everybody was like, "Oh, fight's over. Fucked." Reza stripped Frug of all of his shinies. I mean, all of them.
And
Actually, she's got my bag full of his shinies.
and quite the haul Frug had. Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then Garrett had a lovely tender moment with the Ice Maiden who gave her heart to him. Only for Cypher to turn around, steal it, and use it in a fucking a hideous ritual spell.
Profane ritual.
Profane. Yes, which worked spectacularly. May I add, it worked. However, it wasn't subtle.
No. No.
I do believe the rest of the city saw it.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Pretty sure some captains in the harbour saw it.
I'm pretty certain that people far off in White Harbour docks saw it. I'm sure people in the Lantern District saw it. I'm certain that people or creatures in the High Seat District saw it.
Probably the biggest necrotic boom this city has seen since the city below erupted.
Yes. Yes.
So everybody fucked off and left Cypher to clean up his fucking mess. So they basically ransacked the place for any of the good books, magical crystals from the walls, because fucking lighting's expensive, yo. And we got the fuck out of there as quickly as possible. But Cypher didn't go back to the ting-a-ting.
To the folly.
To the folly, he went to society and had a little chat with his master, the coroner, who was I think he was proud, sort of.
Interested, intrigued is probably the better word.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah, I don't think pride is a redeeming quality of the coroner, but definitely interest and intrigue was there.
Yeah. So yeah, we ended up with Cypher staying back to personally be granted look through the coroner's tome of go fuck yourself. And we don't know where everybody else went.
No.
Well, we do know that Skarn was instructed to carry the barely conscious Vanya and Desmond back to the Folly.
Well, I think Desmond, walked on his own 2 feet, but he was also all
Walked?
kinds of fucked. Well,
More like waddled because he was big and fat and bloated after the fucking potion.
Just Skarn walking down the street, rolling Desmond in front of him like a football.
Anything else anyone wishes to add to that? No? Alright.
No.
That's all good. In that case then, allow me to bring you all back in to where we last left off. Or should I say, somewhere a little further away from where we last left off. 30 minutes have passed since Cypher's profane ritual that drew in all of the souls, the forgotten, the souls of the tower. In fact, bear with me, let me double check I have got this absolutely right. So you got the willing. A willing soul offered that of Timothy. Rather entertaining but mischievous soul that Vanya exploded and Cypher resurrected to serve in undeath. You had then the unwilling, the multitude of souls that would be gathered around the Outcast's tower. Those who have had their life stolen by the rituals, sacrifice, experimentation that the Outcasts performed there, along with the souls of the Outcast mages themselves. They too would be an unwilling soul to be committed to this profane ritual spell. You had the unnatural, the heart and soul of a creature of the Fey realm, the Ice Maiden, also added as fuel, tinder, to this green fire. The forgotten, the corpses of those burnt in the Piker district, the addled district of the lost, of the forgotten, of the unclaimed, unwanted. The souls that perished there also added to the ever-growing and increasing power of this spell. And then, of course, last but not least, the Fool, the soul of Oren Turin, Frug, a mage of some power, repute. This eruption of necrotic energies out of Malmstown would be noticed for miles around. People of Novostoya who were living in perpetual darkness for the last 50 years, well, many of them would have to shield their eyes as this greenish, sickly hued light burst into the sky. Word would spread throughout all the districts. People would talk about it with interest, with intrigue, with fear. But it's here. It's here in the High Seat district. The forces that be, the powers that corrupt, that rule the dark city of Novostoya. This is where we'll start today's session. The clattering of large wooden doors being forced open, boots on marble stonework as a man dressed in black robes, flame that seems to roar out from his shoulders, burning guys like coal, steps into a large chamber. All whispering, all voices from the multitude of creatures in the chamber fall silent as this man steps to the center of the council chamber and takes a knee. The words that drop from his mouth: "Ladies, lords of the court, I apologize for the interruption. There has been an incident." Without raising his head, all eyes, red, glowing eyes of malevolence, hunger, intrigue, perhaps even a sense of perverse entertainment turn to this man. Sat on a stone throne just off to the left, a man leans forward, resting his chin on his fist. A smirk crops out and...
Oh, an issue, you say? Oh. Well, don't leave us all in suspense now. Come, pray tell the court what it is that you have found. I'm sure you wouldn't do so willy-nilly with no reason.
With a nod, the man in the black robes. There has been a burst of necrotic energies from outside the wall. That has not been seen since, well, 50 years prior, my lord. As that happens, another voice speaks up from the chamber.
Ah, you're saying that someone's been dabbling in things that they shouldn't be, Very well. And you say from outside of the wall? Countess will best go. It's not something that perhaps you and your little lackeys would be aware of. Magical artifacts and so on and so forth. Rituals, spells that are echoing through the streets of our fair city. This has come unexpectedly.
Another woman sat just off to the side, rolls her eyes. Whatever happens outside of the city walls is of not my concern, but, well, the eyes from this woman turn towards the mage in the center of the room. An event similar to the cataclysm. What do you know? Tell us more. The mage nods. At this moment in time, we know very little. We've currently got a few groups of wardens assembling to march into the district, but something of this magnitude, my lady, deserves all of the court's attention. A fourth voice rings out. Oh, Countess Vulpescu, surely you can't just, send your little lapdog over? This is, well, sounds more up your alley now, does it not? Magical artifacts, I'm sure, who knows? Maybe something interesting there. At this, the lady, identified as Countess Vulpescu, turns towards the new speaker. Count von Murik, whilst I understand where you're coming from, again, this is outside of the walls. I don't care, nor are really concerned with what could happen there. Drac, why don't you send your brute over? He seems to have a little bit of a knack for, digging through the shithole that is the slums. At that, Count Drac snarls. His fangs begin to protrude from his mouth. The only reason he was there was because someone lost something of value to the court. Isn't that right, von Murik? Count von Murik, Count Drac. But yes, these things, occasionally, things slip from our grasp. Wouldn't you agree? Finally, a fifth voice, an elderly voice, rings out. Enough of this! All of your these petty squabblings are of no consequence. Vulpescu, my countess, I would highly ask of you, politely, that you please send your little dog. He is one more suited to these types of issues, is he not? With a roll of the eyes, Countess Vulpescu sits back in her chair, crosses one leg over the other, waves a hand towards the mage in the centre of the room. All right, fine. The rest of you, depart. Continue your business. I will send someone to investigate. And with a wave of her hand, the pools of blood that are currently bubbling and boiling away in this darkened council chamber, a single head begins to pop out, rising from the pool before eventually standing before the lords and ladies of the Crimson Court. A few words are uttered of investigation. And from there, who knows? Who knows? Time passes. Another 20 minutes. Half an hour. And in the distance, back towards the outskirts of Malmstown, it's been about, again, 40 minutes to an hour since the gang of the Folly, since you guys haven't got a name yet, have departed the streets around the outcast's lair. Some of the villagers, the townsfolk, the civilians at this point would have started to peek their head out of their homes. Obviously, having seen the necrotic energies power into the clouds, there'd be a lot of people on the street talking, discussing, wondering, was this something from the court? Was this an act of random magical bursts, or again, perhaps a rogue mage coven. It would be here above the outcast's location that there is a ripple in the air. A small swirling vortex of red drops to a pinpoint before bursting out, and there, flying roughly 150, 200 feet in the air above Malmstown, is a single individual. A rather weedy looking man. Frail. At this distance, most people can't make out too many details, apart from the fact that he seems to be wearing some form of plate armor and long robes. As he raises both hands into the air, multiple of these small gates begin to appear. And out of each gate steps a completely black-robed individual. First 4, then 8, eventually 16. 16 black-robed individuals and this lone robed mage. Just remain in the sky, looking down. The man in the center begins to outstretch a hand towards the outcast's base of operations. The 16 individuals around him all turn to face him and begin to close their eyes with their own hands outstretched towards the man as a wave of detect magic ripples through the air. With a guttural sigh, the man nods and turns to 8 of his companions. And with a quick motion of his hands, they fly a distance of roughly 30 to 40 feet away. But the remaining 8, they move in closer. They get within a few feet of the caster, and each one of them, with their hands outstretched, place it on this robed man in the center. A ring of humanoid creatures in a circle floating above Malmstown. A lot of the townsfolk would see this, and this is new. What a crazy night. Green lights in the sky. We've got people flying. What's going on? Hey, multiple calls of, hey, Marina, come and have a look at this. It just gets weirder and weirder. Others wouldn't be interested. Others would be scared, fearing for their life, and diving, grabbing their loved ones, wives, husbands, brothers, sisters, children, and throwing them into their homes, shops, perhaps even into the sewers if they had chance. "10 minutes pass with nothing but a slow murmuring that begins to grow louder and louder from the man in the middle. The man will start to lower himself down towards the ground. Not to the ground, but probably 30 to 40 feet in the air. And it's here where a lot of the villagers and townsfolk would be able to begin to see the details of this man. What was once interest turns to abject terror, fear, as before them is a man in plate armor, gauntlets, greaves, boots, and what can only be described as perhaps a golden mask. Or, rather than a mask, perhaps it's the skull of a man that's had molten gold poured across it. His face warped into a grinning, unmoving, unnatural smile. The teeth of this man, well, are a radiant silver. But from his mouth, where these silver teeth have been pushed into his gums, blood continually falls out of it. If this was a vampire, that would be an incredibly unpleasant experience to have all your teeth pulled out and replaced with silver. 10 minutes of chanting, the ritual comes to a close. As the 8 gathered guards around the Inquisitor fall silent, he reaches a single hand out towards the outcast's lair. Those watching would see as the 8 individuals around him begin to disintegrate, ripped and torn asunder by purple energy, as what was once their body is now turned into fuel for this ritual that's about to occur. Specks of dust, dried flesh begin to coalesce around the Inquisitor's hand. And at that moment, in front of him, a pinkish purple line appears that begins to elongate. First to 5 feet, 20, 50 feet long, 100 feet long, 200 feet long, eventually stopping at 400 feet. This line is about an inch or so, like a purpley pink iron, or purpley pink bar of energy, and slowly, like a curtain, it begins to elongate. From 60 feet in the air, slowly going down until eventually it hits the ground. In front of the Inquisitor is now a 400-foot long, 60-foot high wall of purple fire. No heat is emitted. No sound. Let the scouring begin. With his eyes behind the golden mask closed, this wall begins to move forward. Not fast. Not fast at all. About 5 feet every 6 seconds. But as soon as it touches any organic matter, it bursts into a sickly purple-hued flame before disintegrating. Seeing this, the townsfolk scream. This wall of force that begins to slowly make its way from buildings across the street towards the direction of the outcast's lair disintegrates anything and everything it touches. Buildings, stone, survive, charred, blackened, of course, pitted and pockmarked, metal, rusted. But anything that has the slightest hint of organic matter is ashed. 50, 60 or so townsfolk who have gathered around this scene immediately begin to bolt away. A few dart into alleys to try and get away from this. Others scoot out. Those who have taken refuge in their home, this spell, it cares not. No matter if you are 2 foot behind stone, 6 inches behind metal, 5 feet underground, there is no escape. All that is left is, after 10 minutes, this wall advances 500 feet, scouring the life and anything of importance out of not just the outcast's lair, the streets in front, and several buildings off to the side. This, too, would be the second event in the city, where the clouds glow, this time not with green, but purple. With the city now, or with the outskirts of Malmstown cleansed, the 8 remaining guards of the Inquisitor cast a glance around before all of them nodding towards their lord. Saying nothing, the Inquisitor once again clicks his fingers and, with a gated spell, disappears, followed shortly by the 8 more bamfs. As the Inquisition's cleanup crew finishes their duty. Meanwhile, what are the rest of you doing?
Well,
Go on, Reza.
I started talking, then I'm like, well, shit, how do I fucking follow that? Reza, after the conflict, and then after the ritual, and seeing that Garrett had disappeared, Cypher had done a thing, Vanya and Desmond were out of commission, she herself, having barely scraped by, she ran south towards the forest. And I would imagine this would be visible from the forest.
Oh god, yeah. This is another event that the entire city would see.
So I would imagine she may have just slipped into the tree line, and then all of a sudden the surrounding area is bathed in purple light, and she would turn around and be like, fucking called it. But seriously, there's so much going through her head right now, but the first thing is she needs food and to try and heal. So she is making for the outskirts of various bandit camps she knows of to get herself a meal and a short respite.
All right. Roll me a survival check, please, Reza.
Right, okay.
So finding a meal is not difficult at all. You would easily be able to find various refugee camps, forest dweller huts, bandit camps, anything of the sort, more than easily locatable in the Stillborn Forest. As for trying to find somewhere to lay low, is a little bit more difficult. The forest is, even in the years before the cataclysm, this place was dangerous. Now, well, it's corrupted as all hell. How would you go about trying to secure some safe harbor for the night to rest?
Well, she's not gonna stay the whole night. She just wants to, kind of sit and gather herself for maybe an hour after she eats.
Okay, so you're not wanting a short rest. All right. My apologies.
No. Sorry, what?
So my apologies. I thought you were hinting to
okay.
get a short rest there.
No. She just needs somewhere to like sit and think about what the fuck just happened and figure out what she needs to do next. And there was a turning point in her life many episodes ago where she made a commitment to Garrett that has a deeper level of meaning than she initially realized, given what he is. So when thinking about what to do about everything that just happened, the first thing, the only thing she can think of is, I need to find Garrett. So after about an hour or so of sitting in the hollow of a tree, she's going to pull open the bag of holding and see if her bow, thicket, and the musket will fit into the bag of holding.
Absolutely. Also,
So
just roll me once you've done this. Just roll me a fanged bite for.
for healing. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So she tucks those two rather bulky items into the bag of holding and slings it across her chest so that she can move more stealthily, more easily. And she starts trekking deeper into the forest. And fanged bite.
All right, we'll pick up on that, no doubt, a little later on. So with Reza vacating the scene, good choice. Good choice. Yeah, you would, of course, have just witnessed the scouring of the Momstown outskirts. Who's up next?
Well, heading back towards the folly, is like the purple light showing in the distance, or is that something that?
No, the whole city would see this. You know, the clouds would glow purple with what's just occurred.
Okay. Well, we were on our way back to the folly, and it seemed like a lot of people who hadn't stated otherwise were also kind of heading back there for rendezvous.
Mm-hmm.
So the plan is, for Desmond at least, because Skarn's got Vanya, to get back to the folly and basically debrief. Let people basically just go over what happened. And being that Garrett's not there, we'll have to get back to the folly, but that's the plan. Get back to the folly and take care of that.
Okay. We will do a little bit of the folly stuff when everyone's got their initial reactions and setting where they are out of the way. Vanya, Garrett, Cypher.
I'll go really
Okay.
quick because Desmond kind of set that up for me. So, of course, she's being carried, so she doesn't really have any kind of control of where she's going. Would anybody have woken her up, or would any of that, like, she'd be like, oh.
Skarn's not the most delicate people of carrying. You've kind of been slung over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. So, with him being a Dragonborn, every step would be pretty bouncy. So,
no
yes.
rest.
No rest for the wicked.
All right. Well, so she'll kind of see a little bit of it as she's being jostled every now and then, but not quite. She just knows something's going on, but is not quite lucid enough. As she'll be like, basement. Take me. I need to rest in the basement.
Ah, basement.
Scarn turns attention towards Desmond.
You took brunt. Not one to carry.
No. Just set her at a table for now, and I'll get her once I'm feeling better of sorts. We'll get her to rest. To the best of Desmond's knowledge, Vaughn usually rests upstairs.
Yep.
So doesn't know where Pete take her in the basement.
Stick her anywhere, fuck it.
Potentially.
Apparently on a table just laid out. Wow.
Well,
I mean, but Desmond doesn't, you don't sleep on anything soft, right? So you wouldn't.
he has a bed that's mostly for show. But Scarn, I'll see to her in a moment.
Very
You
well.
can treat yourself to some food and drink. You put in an admirable amount of work today. I'll be back. And so Desmond is going to try to pick up Vanya.
Okay.
Just basically take her down to the basement. He's actually going to have to put her in his bed and then come back up because he doesn't know where else to put her.
All right. So with that, then, you guys are going to be taking a bit of respite, I would imagine, in the folly before we find out what Garrett and the one who's at fault for all this, what they've been up to.
Hey, what's all this blame for?
Well, after Desmond puts Vanya downstairs, his intention is to go up and basically go to where Garrett usually sits, because people are probably going to know to go and go there.
Yeah.
And because Garrett's not here, Desmond's expecting he's going to have to tell people, like, this is what's happening.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So we will pick that up in a little while, because that's going to be a whole thing in itself. Garrett, Cypher?
Well, Cypher was told by his master that he wasn't leaving till he understood these very specific pages that he'd had laid out for him completely. So Cypher, he's just chilling. He's just chilling reading the book.
I mean, I can't check, please, Cypher.
Yes, sir. Ooh, 22.
Holy shit, that's a good one. All right. As you begin to flick through the pages that were pointed out, you quickly realize that you missed a considerable amount. A considerable amount of necessary information. A lot of the notes, at a glance, seem inconsequential. You know, little parts of smaller rituals that are needed for the main spell to activate, but quickly knowing the main ritual needed now, all of these smaller parts, these components, the incantations just click in your head, and you understand why these originally inconsequential steps need to be followed for success, and you understand why the coroner pointed these out to you.
Okay, then on a piece of parchment, he's writing like a fucking madman now. Now that everything's making sense, he's like, oh, well, I've got to change everything now. I've got to change this, I've got to change this, and I've got to change this.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't have his grimoire with him, because Teresa's got it.
Yeah. There are a few things as well that you've noticed that you're going to need to acquire for the last stage of the ritual. You're going to need 2 drops of poppy milk, pure as possible. You're going to need some belladonna. You're going to need a sample of blood from a vampire, a sample of blood from a human, an elf, a dwarf, a gnome, the intact heart of a sentient creature, a powerful venom, and last but not least, the reproductive organs of a sentient creature.
So go back over there again. Poppy milk, belladonna.
Yep. Blood of basically, 5 types of
5 types of blood.
5 types of sentient blood, and an intact heart of a sentient creature, the reproductive glands of a sentient creature, and about a pint of venom. More powerful, the better. And this is for the brewing of the potion required for the ritual.
Yeah. For the ritual, yeah, okay.
So yeah, that needs to be distilled down into a drinkable form.
Yeah. Do the heart and the balls have to come for somebody still living, removed while they're still alive?
No, as long as they're intact. That's all that matters.
Okay. Cool.
Is there anything else you wished? God, that was a good roll. I gave you the full list there. Anything else you wish to know, Cypher? Or any questions? I'll give you 2 if you need them.
Will the souls I've already acquired be enough of a catalyst, or will I need more?
That should be enough.
So the 128 should be enough.
120
should be ample.
Should be enough.
Should be enough. Okay. We might err on the side of caution. Okay.
Should be enough. Yes. The scribing in the journal. Roll me a history check. Because some of the terminology used in the coroner's grimoire is ancient, and
15.
The coroner has scribbled a number down of over 60,000. Now,
oh my giddy god.
Whether that's the number you need or the number that he used,
Okay.
who knows? Anything else, or are you good with that?
For making my focusing, the arcane focus, the obelisk, I'm going to need the body of a vampire, right?
Not the whole, a good majority of it.
Okay.
Maybe like the core of the vampire, so head, chest, abdomen.
Yeah. Fuck the arms and legs, don't need that.
Yeah, cut the legs off, cut the arms off, but the rest of it would make a very good core for a soul obelisk.
Okay.
Callie sat there like, fuck.
All right. I do believe I have everything I require.
All right. Last, but of course not least, and everyone now wants to know, what's Gary been up to?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yes.
Right.
That's why I asked.
Right.
Tell me.
Cast your minds back to Cypher's ritual, where he totally screwed me over.
Yeah. That's a pretty ample way of describing it.
When Cypher stole the Ice Maiden's heart, Garrett was in shock for just a second. Long enough for Cypher to go and start his ritual. And the moment the ghostly image of the Ice Maiden appeared, he knew she was past saving. And that's where he decided to slip out of the building because he didn't want to be part of a Fae spirit being corrupted and stolen from the Fae realm. So he snuck out while everyone's attention was on Cypher, down the back stairs, out through the building, knowing roughly where all of his troops, for want of a better term, people, whatever, were going to be. He could move off towards the Stillborn Forest, intending to go for the tree. Never made it to a tree.
So you were heading towards the Fae portal that Cypher once activated to speak with your sister. Okay.
Yeah.
Never made it there. Okay.
Garrett spent his life in forests. A protector of the portal to the Fae realm for most of his adult life. So he's moving through the forest at a fair old clip, but to all intents and purposes, nearly invisible. From shadow to shadow, tree to tree. And he's heading off towards the portal tree when the hairs on the back of his neck start to go up. And he looks over his shoulder and sees this light show. Well, the second light show, as it were.
Yeah.
And his first thought was like, is this Cypher again? But it didn't feel like Cypher's magic. So a complete 180. And he starts mowing the way he came. Because hurt as he is, the needing to know the dangers are for
just burn
himself.
away at you.
Yeah, the members of the Folly, and something this close could affect the portal, which is his only way home. This time he sneaks back towards the compound and stays a good enough way off so he can't be seen, but he can sort of see that. Yeah. Much easier than me try to describe that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's just to sit there and watch it.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's
sorry,
literally
man.
at this point, the dirt has turned to black glass. Stonework charred, burnt off, not disintegrated, but certainly pockmarked. There would be piles of dust on the streets where villagers didn't escape. And again, you know, a multitude of buildings. If they had thatch roofs, they don't anymore. If they had wooden support beams, they don't anymore. It is a horrific scene of destruction. Literally a rectangle has been carved almost flat. Garrett, is there anything you wish to know about this? Anything you wish to... Or are you just going to sit and take it all in?
I'm going to sit and take it all in. Part of me's horrified by what I'm watching. But a very small sliver of me thinking it's quite a fair response to the fake creatures that have been killed there. The people that made the Obsidian Veil have corrupted half the city. And this feels a little bit, just a little, like justice.
In the dying embers of the purple fire, there, I'll call us a pee break.
Nice.
For those interested, the Scouring 9th level spell. It requires a component cost of 8 living sentient creatures, which is cast as a ritual. You bring into existence a curtain of flickering purple and pink flames that burn the life out of everything it touches. The curtain is an inch thick, up to 60 feet high, and 400 feet long. It is roughly straight, it can't be curved or folded. You must be able to see the entire curtain when the spell is cast. The curtain moves in a direction of your choice at a rate of 5 feet per round, consuming all organic matter in its path. Once a direction is chosen, the curtain moves that direction for the spell's duration. If the spell is maintained for its full duration, the curtain of disintegration will advance 500 feet and leave a scorched area 500 feet long by 400 feet wide. The flames generate no heat, but all organic material coming into contact with the curtain is treated as if struck by a disintegrate spell. Buildings and items made of stone or metal are unharmed, but the magical fire can pass through up to 2 feet of stone, 6 inches of metal, and continue advancing. The magical fire burns life out of the soil as well, extending its horrid power to a depth of 5 feet beneath the surface of the earth. Areas struck by the Scouring are easy to identify, as they are nothing but burnt-out scars of black dust and sand, unable to support any life. With that, I'm in the loo. Be right back. Forgot to put the fucking banner up. What am I doing? What am I doing? Go.
Who knows?
I like how the purple shines through that banner.
Nice touch.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Just enjoy the magenta flames burning away at, well, everything.
Seems a pretty apt response from the court. I thought I'd do a little bit of world building for you all there.
That's pretty intense. Not gonna lie.
Hashtag Cypher did nothing wrong.
Would
You see this? You see this, Cypher? This will be a... This is your fault.
It reminds me of, like, if you ever watched the Smurfs, you get Gargamel talking about all of his evil machinations, and you've got the Smurfs, they're like, da 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 da. That's the parallel that I have in my mind right now. We're just...
Would Skarn have been able to, like, go get the nurse for Vanya, or,
No, nurse is gone.
No? Okay.
No, and Skarn doesn't know who the nurse is.
Yeah.
Oh, good point, good
I'm
point.
back.
Welcome back. No one knows who the nurse is, apart from you guys. And
Yeah.
perhaps a poor barbarian signed his fucking life away to her unwittingly.
Where's
because he
Dibrak
can't-
at? Where's my boy at? There he is.
I'll do anything. Oh, you dumb bastard. Exactly.
Good to know.
Yeah,
Good to know.
She modified people's memories so that she wasn't actually part of the fight. But unbeknownst to the certain barbarian, he has made a deal with her, regardless of whether he can remember it.
Could he make multiple deals?
Absolutely.
He said anything.
Anything.
Good times.
Just wondering for my session.
Shh, that's a secret, Jump. That's a
No.
secret.
It's a secret.
It is. Shh.
Shh. Nothing happening here.
So fucking sneaky.
Ah.
Wait, what?
God damn it.
You're about as sneaky
Wait, when did
as
we
an elephant
change
in a
that?
dog toy factory.
Has that always been my exclamation point jump?
Probably not. But it's been like that for a
Oh.
while.
Has
At least a
it?
year.
I'm just now realizing that. I was like, that does feel very me.
All
Whoever
right.
did that. Good job.
Thank you. So, I'm going to be completely honest with all of you. This session is not dictated by me. I can only respond to what you guys are doing at the minute. I've got my bit out of the way. The rest of it now relies on you guys in tying up the ends you want to tie things up, and of course, you know, the timing you all, if you go back to the folly, it happens. So do you want to take do you have an idea on what it wants to do, or are we just going to wing it?
Well, I mean, I know that Vanya doesn't really, like, she's been in and out of consciousness. So I know she's probably going to wake up and go find somebody to say what the hell is going on.
How long would it take Cypher to figure his shit out? Like all night?
It would take a while, yeah. It would probably take an overnight. Yeti, you missed it all. You've missed it all. But yeah, it would be, you know, you will not be getting a short rest tonight.
Okay, I'll arrive in the morning.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. Like I said before, Desmond's only thing is debrief, tell people to go to ground so there's not a bunch of people that clearly just been in a fight hanging out in the folly. If people are starting to investigate and look for clues as to what the fuck happened. And basically just make sure people get paid so that they will be... Also, we probably could deal with Celine because...
Well, yeah. In that case, we'll pick it up in the folly with Desmond, Vanya, Skarn, and of course, a rather panicked Falco. As you begin to make your way to the folly, Desmond, Vanya, Skarn opens the door, steps inside, glances around, shrugs his shoulders as he dusts off what few embers remain of his clothing, considering he took, you know, a fair few fireballs to the face. And just...
I sit. Skarn needs moment.
And with that, Skarn will trudge over to the fire, sit down in front of it, grab the nearest tankard of ale from a table that was left over from the night before, because everyone was sent away, and just begins to down this probably stale ale. Falco at this point jumps up from the table. Oh, fucking hell, you're all back. I'm guessing that all green, and he points towards one of the small windows just off the side. I'm guessing that's you lot, yeah? And the purple, and what the fuck?
Oh, Falco, the green, yes. The purple, not sure. Didn't stick around to find out. Not going back for a bit to find out either.
All right.
Anticipate that all the... Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Vanya's gonna speak up because she's gonna see that everybody's like dirty and it starts kind of stressing her out. And so she's gonna start like, because it's completely empty, right? The folly's completely empty because they sent everybody home.
Yeah. Apart from obviously the contractors, Rurik and the Spyglass Sentinels would be piling into the tavern at this point. So yeah, apart from those who went out on the operation, there would only be Falco and a couple of the guards left.
So she's gonna kind of clean them up with some prestidigitation. You're getting it's all dirty. What's going on? She's even gonna, because Desmond, you would be kind of slightly dirty too, right?
Yeah.
Desmond looks like he has been broadsided. His armor is in tatters from being blasted apart by magic missiles. It is like it has gone from cast-off chainmail to being like it looks like a very well-used disc sponge that's falling apart at this point.
So she's gonna start with Desmond first. She's like, oh, you guys are getting the folly altered. Oh, somebody needs to go get my sisters like to mend, and oh my goodness, what has happened? Falco, like, somebody go get my
Vanya.
sisterhood.
I think you need to take a seat first.
Wait, do I look like you?
It looks like you've seen better days, Vanya. And Falco motioned a hand towards you, Vanya. How do you look at the moment, Vanya? Because you were close to death's door.
Yeah, she doesn't realize that because she hasn't looked at herself yet, but like she's probably gonna have like, you know, blood crusted in her hair, and it's just kind of all over the place with just rips and dirt and makeup smeared.
I would imagine the hem of your dress is burnt away from that
Oh.
fireball you took.
For sure. Like, she has no idea. She hadn't even looked at herself yet because she's just disgusted by everyone else.
Vanya, there. Sit. Eat something. Then you're going to go take a long bath. And then you can worry about cleaning.
Why?
Just
She sniffs herself.
trust me. Don't even look in a mirror right now.
No.
Just
And she starts getting stressed, and she's like, I do probably need to eat something. Where's Reza with my sack of goods?
Reza and Garrett aren't here right now. We need you to just eat and recover, and then worry about getting cleaned up afterwards. We have to take care of things because we're the only two here now.
So she's gonna, hands shaking because she can just only imagine how she looks, is gonna grab something close to eat and is gonna go take care of herself.
It'll be that moment where, as a few of the others begin to pile into the tavern, you hear a somewhat highly strung voice. This is not what we agreed on. Where are they? Garrett! Desmond! Teresa!
Desmond is like the table that we're at is the one that we would normally congregate at. Desmond's going to raise his hand up and just kind of look at Salim.
This is not what we...
Take a seat, Salim.
He'll nod. Falco will glance at Salim and then to you, Desmond, and... Alright, look, fuck's sake. You lot, he'll point to the various contractors. Get yourself some grub, get a bite to eat, a drink, fucking, I don't care, take it off the top shelf if you want. Let me find out what the fuck's going on. Shit, alright. Salim, come on, let's take a... and with that, Falco will slide onto the bench alongside you, Desmond, as Salim also lowers himself.
First off, there was mention of the knowledge and everything. Did you see the light as we were leaving?
Did I? Yes.
What do you think that was?
What do I?
Just think.
That?
What do you think it was?
I know exactly what that was. That was something far, far beyond what I would ever wish to deal with, making sure that there was nothing left. That was... I mean, I am incapable of conducting such magic. That is on a tier far beyond what I have ever dreamt of. There is only a few individuals, groups that would even be able to conduct such highly strung tiered magic, and that is either someone of the court, the wardens, or the academy. That's
And
not
you recall
good.
the last thing we did before we left?
The
We
what?
took everything we could that was valuable and put it away.
Yes, of course. There is some...
We have not
There's been
lost
someone
everything.
moaning. No, I know, but...
We've not lost everything. We need to wait before we go back and see what has become of that place before we can use it.
Oh, I can probably guess. What was that? Do you know what was? You were there. What was that first? The green magic. That was profane, Desmond. That was dark.
I am no mage. I do not understand a single thing about them other than, well, let's not go into that right now. I don't know what it was.
Who?
I saw the light. I saw
that...
not much else because I had just been battered by innumerable flashes and blasts of flame and magic and other things that I don't even really recall.
That Falco chime in. So what? That you're saying that it works? Those outcast fuckers, they're gone. This was after.
Oh, the light was. I know we had taken their lieutenants, and I fell in a blast of something. There was some kind of magic or a contingency or something that happened.
For fuck's sake. Alright. So I don't mean to sound insensitive or anything, but I can only see that you and Vanya got back.
I saw the others alive after
Thank
that.
fuck.
Except for maybe. Don't recall where Cypher went. So he was at the. No, I saw them all after.
Oh, thank
They
fuck for that.
survived. I imagine they will return. I don't know when or where they have gone.
Alright. Oh, fuck me. I shit myself when I just saw that you two return. I thought, fuck me, if we've got Vanya as sort of the overseer of the place, then this place is going to be decorated in bells, whistles, and fucking boars everywhere.
I'm assuming, has this been a little bit where she would have been able to walk up, like, after...
Yeah,
like...
absolutely. Oh! I'm glad... has anyone told you that you look like... Welcome back, Vanya. Welcome home.
I'm going to disregard what you just said because I am a little distraught. Desmond, my favorite dress was just ruined. I have my second favorite on right now. I'm a little cut up. I'm good. You're right. I'm in charge now, right? Since they're not here.
Falco and Salim will just look to Desmond.
It's not as though anyone's perished and left something to you. We need to take care of things here before we start deciding what to do next.
Exactly, Desmond. I didn't say anyone perished. It's just that no one's here, and I'm management, and so are you, and but I've been here longer, right? So clearly, I should take the lead and instruct, right? Everyone put a smile on because things are gonna be great.
Roll me an intimidation check, Vanya. Alright, I would imagine some people offer a weary grin. Yeah, sure. Others would probably turn away from you. Falco would also, he would smile to the best of his ability. Hey, aye. Aha, Oh. Well, at least you're all right. That's the main thing.
I think, as first order of being in charge, everybody needs to, rest up, mend themselves, and, right, Desmond? Right?
Before you know, everyone facts off. I'm gonna, if you don't need me for anything, I'm gonna go and have a chat with some of the others, get what information they've got, because it seems that Falco will begin to glance around the tavern. Notice there's no fatalities. Slowly nod. I'll go and do some questioning, see what they know, what they've seen, and reconvene in about half hour. And I can send those lot to get some sleep.
Yeah, good call. That's what I was gonna say next, right, Desmond?
Yes, well, make sure that if they've been promised coin, we get them paid. And
Nobody was promised shit.
well, that's the thing, though. We want to make sure that people are basically stable. So,
and happy. So Vanya is going to go and cheer them up.
Vanya, there are so many people that need to be spoken to. It's best if you stay here so that they can come and bring things to you if they need to, rather than have you go to every single one.
Oh, you're right. I need to conserve my energy. Line them up.
Right. Now, as far as the building goes, we must wait at least, I would imagine, at least a few days before going to see what's become of the place. And see if it is salvageable. I don't know. I just don't know.
Desmond, should they bring me things whenever they come to get my enjoyment?
That sounded very, very questionable. What do you mean?
Like offerings, food.
No, they're not going to bring you tribute.
Rub my feet, maybe?
Hey,
Jacob, how you doing?
Rested,
Welcome
but
in.
I'm a little tired.
Then hire someone to do those things. They're not coming to placate you with like baubles and trinkets and other things that are shiny and fancy, and it's just...
Yes, bring tribute.
You just hear Scarn shout from the back.
Well,
I'm sorry, Des. I'm thinking about, the rose. People tend to bring us things for. Anyways, no, you're right.
Perhaps after this, you should go talk to the sisters of the... I'll be honest, I've forgotten.
Yeah, the rose, the sisterhood of the Rose Cross, I think.
The
That's
Rose
what Jared
Cross,
named them.
that's it.
But they
Sounds a
could
bit like a
come
trellis.
and help, mend the wounded, right?
No.
And bring happiness. No, you don't want them.
Now, just think of this. Think of what's happened, and then think very close, well, reasonably close. There's a gathering of people who look like they've just been through a battle.
We should clean them up so that they don't look like they're in a battle.
Well, they should disperse,
them.
lay low, and take care of themselves. I think that would probably be the best way.
So we need to kick them out right now? Do I need to go
we don't
after?
need to kick anyone out. We need to make sure that they have what they need, and then let them do their own things to make sure that they're all right, and get everything under control without rousing suspicion. Do you remember the massive man with that looked like a little head on top of a giant suit of plate mail, and you've got the vampire. We need to avoid him coming back. He already knows our faces.
He had some shiny things on him.
He certainly did.
What if they don't want to leave after we've given them all the things that they request? Do we
Across
kick them
that
out then?
bridge. Well, we're not going to give them everything they request. We're going to make sure that they're seen to, as they should be. And then we will let them go and lick their wounds, as they will have to. No doubt.
I would feel like, they kind of saw what we saw, and they're probably going to be a little scared and don't want to leave, right?
If anything, they would probably like to go somewhere that they're more familiar with and secure. Some of us will sleep here. That's going to be what it is, but we need to make sure that people are not rampaging through the streets talking about the battle or anything. I imagine at least Rurik and his have a place that they can go to, the spyglass.
So when they come to me, I will
hear what they
coach
have
them.
to say. Like, oh, actually, I've seen this. What you do is you sit here, and they bring what they have to you, and then you make a decision based on what they say, with your counsel, of course, which is me.
Like, if they, what decision do I make? If they live or die?
Well, that's jumping the gun a bit. I think that's going to the far end of the spectrum. Like,
oh, well, I don't think. I think we
again,
can change them, but we could also suggest what, if they feel razzled or frazzled, like to kind of calm their emotions, right? And
If I may,
I can do that.
I'm going to get a drink. With that, Salim
We
will
could
stand
inebriate them.
Just walk
well,
over to the
this
bar.
is a bar. I would say a drink and a little bit to eat is the minimum that they can expect before they get paid. It's not. We just need to keep things as calm as possible. We don't need to start another fire, figuratively speaking.
So with that, Vanya is going to take that, like, where she will kind of, I believe she has a spell called Calm Emotions. And as individuals come up, and she's going to, kind of coach them and just kind of calm them down and tell them, you shouldn't be talking about what happened, but you should also be proud of what you did because you have taken steps towards changing the world for the better. And it's just gonna ever so slightly touch everyone's cheek and just make them feel good about themselves. And then just kind of also like say, go do what you do, but do it outside of the folly. But not talk about what happened.
As this is going on, after, I would probably say, half an hour pass, and eventually Falco, along with a rather large man in rags and a half-orc, would drop a mage close by to the table. This man's been gagged, bound, beaten. In fact, it wasn't a man. I apologise. It was a woman. She was beaten towards an inch of her life. So yeah, with that, they drop to the ground, and Falco will just nod in thanks to the two escorts before motioning towards the mage. All right, I've informed them to keep their mouths shut. They've all sorted. Though they, one of them did manage to. We've got a captive. What? In a motion to this bound mage. Dropped in front of you both. What, what we're doing about this one.
Well, actually, I think I know exactly what to do, but I don't want you to have to do that.
All right. In that case, am I good to leave this to you while I go and just finish off seeing what we've got? A few, like a wagon out back, just stocked with shite and loads of bits and pieces. I've not had time to go through it yet, but could probably do with it. And obviously, those who have stuck around, Falco glanced over his shoulder to the remaining individual gathered. It looks like they could use a bit of a rest, to be honest.
We'll have to... We'll put anybody up who needs it for a little while. I know we already have some people. We have some, even if they just need a place to... We have buildings if they need a place to just settle down.
All right. Somewhere to crash overnight.
Desmond?
Yes?
This, do we have any concern that, have we searched her? Is there any, things on her that could be tracked, or could she mumble something?
No. I mean, if Falco will point to her, she's been stripped of all possessions, bar from a robe. There's a gag in her mouth. Her wrists are bound. If I remember rightly, her fingers are broken. She is in no fit state to be able to cast any spells.
Well, so as far as she goes, we'll give it a double check, but I think that she's taken care of for the moment. But yes, Falco, if you can sort things, just worry about the logistics. Don't worry about having to make any decisions. We'll do that because you've already done enough.
Aye, all right. In that case, I'm gonna... Oh, fucking hell. I am so glad that you lot are back. I'll go and sort that lot out. Hey.
Vanya's gonna beam from that, like she's been doing a good job as the head leader.
Cheers, Capra. I appreciate it, mate.
You realize that Garrett will be back at some point, yes?
Are you talking to Falco?
No.
Falco's gone.
Oh.
He's gone by this point. He turns his back, offers a nod to you all, and begins to walk away.
Yes, but, he's going to come back and see what a good job we did, right?
That is the hope. That is the hope. There's going to be a lot of things going on, and we need to make sure that this is as squared away as possible. Don't really want to go into that right now, though.
When do you think they'll be back?
I do not know, and we can handle this until that happens.
What do you think? Okay. What do you think we need to do? I mean, other than what we've already done, do you feel like the basement is well protected?
The same thing we do every night, Vanya.
Try to take over the world.
Well, more
What?
like just this part, like just settle this, I grand ambitions, but you just need to see where we're at, what we have, and then sort business with everyone that we've had here. We had a lot of people come with us, and I'm hope upon hope, that the fortress is somehow usable. You got
All
that right? That their building might be our building now?
And I'm just Desmond, I'm just going to stand here and I'm going to do what is needed. And if you have any suggestions, you let me know, and I will let everyone else know. With a smile.
Well, Bako's going to take care of that. So the contractors are still everybody there. I'm guessing Salim's at the bar having a drink.
Yeah, you would probably see Falco dishing out a few orders to the contractors and then basically telling them, go get some rest. Finish off whatever you need, any little miscellaneous tasks, and get some rest. We'll hash out the final details in the morning. But he's got a general gist of what happened, at least from their points of view. He knows that the archive was taken with fierce resistance. The patrol was neutralized, and that some of them, along with Salim, basically had a front row seat to the mass murder of the Outcasts' main hold. One group would certainly be aware that you are a force to be reckoned with.
Okay. So, what Desmond's going to do is he's going to grab the mage who is bound and gagged. Honestly, Desmond wasn't thinking that they were going to be prisoners, like they were all going to be put to the sword. But okay. So he's going to just drag them downstairs.
Oh no.
And drag them all the way to the fighting pit where we have the people cages.
Yeah. And
just give them their own cell, basically.
All right.
Right there, bound and gagged. Right there with the little goblin and Kruger.
Yeah. Kruger. Yeah.
And just, you know what? I feel like being unable to do anything and have to listen to those two is probably going to wear away at their sanity.
Oh no. The goblin, even it's I don't even know how long it's been at this point, but yeah, it's just consistently wailing. As soon as you step into the chamber, Kruger's there with his hands over his ears as you slam the captured mage into one of the cells. Close it, lock it, depart.
Pretty much. He's not going to say a damn thing to Krieger or to the goblin. He's pretty much written them off as things at this point.
And on the plus side, the fighting pit's starting to, bulk out with individuals for it.
Well, it's a legitimate prison.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Oh, yeah.
Well, honestly, I'm anticipating that either the nurse or Cypher would just turn that person into chalk anyways. So
that's a high possibility.
Well,
Would Vanya know kind of if any of the basement with the thorns or any kind of magic, if that would have been does she know that needs to be kind of scaled down with what's going on?
Roll me a quick Arcana check. No, it seems to be that until you step into the basement, the magics from below in the Undercroft are not felt in the folly or above. It seems to be far enough underground that for what little magic does reside here, it doesn't seem to permeate above. So at the moment, it can't be tracked. So you are good. Reza, Garrett, if that's Vanya and Desmond done.
Do you want to go first, Lee, or you want me to go?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay.
So, Garrett's sitting in his little hidey hole, watching
the world burn.
The world burn, and keep himself occupied. He gets out his medical kit and starts touching up his wounds because he got a big fireball to the face, and that hurt a bit.
Yeah.
So, checking the burns, and whilst we're watching to see how long this purple fire of doom is going to last.
It would probably be about half an hour before it all eventually burns out. You know, any last semblance of organic matter is extinguished.
And I take it as soon as the flames peter out, the Inquisitor and what's left of his party will fuck off.
Oh, as soon as the spell was complete, as soon as it ripped through, they were gone. You know, they didn't watch the aftermath. They just, as soon as the spell finished and reached its conclusion, they were gone.
Job done.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't last. You know, stick around to see the slow burning of things. He knows what this spell can do. He doesn't need to stick around to watch it. Down to the last ember.
Super. So, I touch myself up a little bit while I'm waiting for the old half hour to go by.
Roll me a medicine check.
Because got to do something to keep myself occupied.
Absolutely.
Where's my button? Medicine.
16. I'll let you recover 3 HP as you begin. You know, you would certainly be able to stitch any open wounds up and apply some compress to the burns, or some natural salve.
Nearly half health.
Right, apologies.
No. As soon as the flames have all gone and the dusk starts taking over the area again, I'm going to go and see what's left.
In the streets, probably people crying over piles of dust on the ground as their loved ones have been disintegrated. That's the first thing you would witness.
Mm-hmm.
So go on.
I'm not making it easy for people to notice me. I'm moving in the shadows, you know. I don't want people to remember my face, as it were.
Roll me an investigation check, please, Garrett.
Investigation. Epic.
6. So, there is a large crowd that's gathered relatively close to the entrance to the Outcast Coven. You know, they a lot of them are weeping over the dead, scooping whatever ash remains into jars, urns, and bowls. So you don't really find much of a chance to get into the main building. From the outside, though, it's quiet. You know, deathly quiet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would probably say you wouldn't get inside, but you'd at least get the impression that if the inside of the building and the courtyard and the tower is anything like the streets outside, there is naught but ash and dust left in there.
But the building itself could be salvageable.
It needs some work, you know. Again, bear in mind things like wooden beams would have been disintegrated. Anything that is organic in nature, it will need some work. But because it is a stone building and the tower itself is still standing at the back, but yeah, there's no roof to it now. All the tiles have fell into the first floor. There's probably no first floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to move around the outside of the compound, all the way round to the archive, because that was a ways away, wasn't it? The archive.
It was, yeah. It was just out of range of the spell.
Oh, cool. So that's still standing.
It is indeed. The archive itself is still standing, and this would not be manned by anyone. The doors would have been closed, and with a quick flick of the wrist and a pick of the lock, you will be able to step inside. It's a bloodbath. There's blood stains everywhere. A broken cart seems to bar that, you know, originally seems to have been used as a barricade, but it's now been pushed. In fact, no, the cart was used. The cart's not there. They repaired that. So basically, apart from the doors being closed and locked, there would be a little bit of debris scattered around, bits of broken wood, splinters, a fair amount of blood stains. But the archive, for all intents and purposes, is still standing with all of the shelves and knowledge contained.
So I'm going to take a piece of parchment, a blank piece of parchment, and I'm going to write on it, no entry. And then
nail it to the door.
Sits for a second. It's like, what's? I don't want to sign it as myself. All the folly. And a name comes to mind from his past, with just a little change. By order of the Shadow Guards. And I relock the door and nail this notice to the door, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And after compartmentalizing what has happened. Christ, that was hard for me to say. I only took 3 chances, so we got there. Garrett slowly starts making his way back to the folly.
All right. Reza, I'm sorry you didn't find Garrett. He was in the forest and then he wasn't.
That's fine. She would be looking for signs of passage in the forest as she got closer and closer to that area. She is a little bit nervous about approaching the tree because of what happened the last time.
Mm-hmm.
So if she gets to like the edge of the clearing where the tree is, pokes her head in and doesn't see anybody there, she would probably turn around and head back. Again, looking for signs of passage if anyone had come towards the tree or...
So roll me 2 things. One would be a perception check first.
Perception. I know the alphabet.
All right, you know what? I'll let you off with that one. The trip towards the gate, the gate tree was not easy. You've been here before, you know a route, but the foliage constantly warps, changes, grows, and recedes almost daily. On top of that, the corruption here permeates through to the very soil. And there was numerous times you had to dip away, dodge, avoid either roots or snags that would reach out towards you to try and grasp at you, to drag you into the main mass of a plant, perhaps to even use you as compost for their growth. But yeah, this is a place that you've been to before. You are alert. You are well aware of the dangers of this place. So, in spite of perhaps one or two snags every now and again, yeah, I'm not going to ask you to roll a con saving throw. You're good.
Nice. No, so she doesn't feel any kind of negative reaction to the corruption, right?
No, it's not pleasant, but then again, that goes for anyone and everyone in the forest. It's a place that's where nature's been tainted and turned on its head. It always, yeah.
She's not exactly natural herself, but she's still kind of. Let's say she has a little bit of PTSD from feeling like something was trying to suck her soul out of her during Cypher's little ritual.
Yes.
She, I would say at some point she's like, nope, and she turns back and starts making her way carefully back towards the Momstown area to see what is going on and make sure people got.
Garrett, would Reza be able to catch up with you, do you think, on the way back, or are you trying to avoid everyone and just get back to the folly yourself?
Well, I did sit for like half an hour waiting for the fire to burn down, so depending on how quickly she moved.
Alright. Are you giving Reza free rein on whether she meets you on the way back?
Yeah.
Alright.
Can I do a Twist of Fate roll for it?
Of course you can. Yeah, this is entirely down to you guys. No. As I said, this is very much a session of me reacting to you rather than dictating the will of the world. I've got my.
So I will. Yeah, I will say that she gets to the edge of the forest, without having seen any traces, because Garrett is Garrett, and he would pass seamlessly through the forest. So at this point, she finally is like, fuck me, is the Psylink still up? So, and then she kind of reaches out with her mind.
Oh!
And says, Garrett, can you hear me?
It's more I can feel you, but yes, I can hear you.
Where are you?
Around the compound, there's a big building that's an archive. A couple of minutes down the road from there, I'll be waiting.
And she doesn't say anything else. She just moves stealthily to meet up with him.
So before the reunion, shall we call a quick refill the clock? Because my drink is empty. Refill and pee break?
Yeah.
Refill and pee break. Alright. We will BRB when we stock up on the alcohol and relieve ourselves. Alright, won't be a sec. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Ta. Alright. Are we all good?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a scob?
Yep.
We do.
Come here.
I can hear him
Lovely.
tapping away. Denying people. Telling them to get fucked.
Possibly.
As you do.
Alright. So, with that, Reza, you begin to make your way through the less travelled roads on the outskirts of Malmstown before eventually meeting up with Garrett on one of the corners. I would imagine Garrett's probably stood there, arms crossed, leant against a wall.
Very much so.
Reza kind of scowls at him slightly for looking so casual. But it passes quickly.
It's only when I move off the wall itself, you see a slight wince, showing that I'm actually a bit injured.
I think Reza probably still looks like hell. She's not bothered to clean herself up at all. She's been traipsing through the woods, snacking on bandits, so
Blood and mud. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Only a miniature trail mixer.
So she just kind of stands there looking at Garrett. And just says, what now?
Home. Or at least a folly. Did you see the pink light?
Yes.
I feel we need to speak about it when we get back with everyone, but I believe I saw another Inquisitor.
I think that sort of creature is the only one who could have done what we saw outside of a full member of the court.
the sheer destructive power was unlike anything I've seen.
Would Reza have ever seen or felt anything similar?
No.
Okay.
No, this is no, you wouldn't. This is definitely something that is has anyone ever been to the quarantine district? Reza, in fact, actually, yes, actually. Roll me a history check, Reza.
Okay. That's exactly what I was thinking, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, you have maybe not seen it firsthand, but you've certainly heard tales of soldiers who were at the quarantine district say that, you know, once at the very start of the outbreak, there was a mage of renown who basically scorched the earth, clearing a path through the undead to keep it safe. Without giving too much away for back... Yeah, does that make sense to you?
It very much does.
Cool. Granted, that was, 50 odd years ago.
So yeah, she's just gonna leave it at what she said and keep that information to herself.
The archive building seems to be relatively untouched. Apart from, obviously, what our contractors did inside, the contained knowledge still seems okay.
I'd be interested to see if we can't find any of that little shit's personal correspondence. It's probably been destroyed, though.
I haven't checked. I've just locked the door back and put a sign saying it's under our protection. Or a group's protection.
That makes sense. Shall we then?
Yes. Do you know of how everyone else is?
They were all alive after he finished what he did, as far as I know, so...
Yes. Something else that will need addressing, but not now.
All right. So with that, then, you would both begin... Oh, fucking bot. With your stupid commands work. Anyway, you begin to make your way back through the streets of Malmstown, Piker, before arriving at the Folly. By this point, the vast majority of people have dispersed. There'd be a wagon outside that's now been completely cleared and emptied and pushed off just to the corner out of the way. And as you step inside the Folly, you'd see the visage of Skarn laid, curled up by the fire, snoring loudly. he was pretty wounded through all of that. You know, not to the point of being serious, but he still took a bit of a beating. So Skarn is well and truly now fast asleep. Vanya, Desmond, what are you? Are you two still here?
After having taken care of the prisoner, Desmond will be back up there because he wants to make sure that he's there in case anybody comes in for any reason.
And probably to oversee Vanya.
Make sure she doesn't start, going a little Captain Blood with it. Yeah, probably.
Because you're gonna find her kind of in a, the far right corner, kind of, relaxing with her feet propped up. They're gonna see the last little bit of the line that's coming through, talking with her for the pep talk, for the coaching. Like, you might have like two or three individuals that are still in the line, and so she's just kind of doing her thing.
Gonna come in, not say anything, and just watch Vanya's pep talk.
Does she notice him?
Roll a perception check against Garrett's stealth.
Oh, shit. If I win this, I don't know what's going on.
No.
No, there's no way.
I could nat one.
I mean,
I did nat one.
you just had,
And he
you
still
had to
rolled
say it. You had to say it. Sadly, in
Garrett's
spite
broken.
Garrett is broken. Regrettably, even though it's higher, it's still in that one. What would Garrett do to get Vanya's attention?
What would I do? I know. I'd pull out a chair, but let it screech across the floor. Like when you don't lift it, you just drag it back on a flagstone floor.
Vanya, you even see Garrett step into the tavern, walk over to the chair, drag it out.
She's gonna notice this, and like where before she was like really comfortable and lounging, she's gonna sit up a little bit straighter, kind of poise herself a little bit, and as she's talking to this individual, she's just a little bit more formal with it, because prior she's like, well, this is like the 30th person, she was getting a little lackadaisy with it, but she's going to be kind of sitting up, and she's going to say, but she's going to be a little bit louder because she wants Garrett to hear it, and she's going to say to this individual, may your quest be filled with wonder, your battles with valor, and your triumphs with glory. Go forth. Do not talk about your battles.
Oh, hang on a minute. If you're not kind of talking about me battles, then what's the fucking point, though? I've got to sort of brag that I'm a big fucking, we got 5 of the bastards, eh? I mean, granted, I may have lost a few peeps, but eh.
Well, harness the power within, because amidst the shadows of doubt, let the light of hope be your guiding star. And she's gonna kind of look at Garrett, but keep it internal.
Bear with me 2 seconds, I just need to check. Vanya, your passive perception is 14. Okay. Okay. All right.
Callie. I don't like that.
Rurik leans forward, with tankard of ale in hand. He's like,
So if I can't see a damn thing about that, then how are people gonna know that the fucking spyglass?
Listen, listen, okay, just and Vanya's gonna look around, make eye contact with Garrett, and be like, "It's for your own safety. It's for everyone's safety, okay?"
I'll keep my mouth shut.
Go on, Reza.
At this point, a hand just gently lands on Vanya's shoulder and just gives it a gentle squeeze. And Reza leans over and whispers in her ear, "Very smart. What have you been up to?"
She's gonna get a little nervous, and she's gonna say, "With each step, let the echoes of legends past propel you forward. Don't
I'm a
panic."
fucking legend,
With that, Rourke will raise his tankard, get up, and just start swaying towards the back of the room.
Oh, Reza, you startled me there. I am coaching, and leading individuals so that that they know what we did today was a triumph, but yet a secret.
Mm-hmm. You know, Vanya, it's important that when you seek to inspire others,
Oh, God.
never lose awareness of your own surroundings.
I saw Garrett.
Because he wanted you to see him.
Did he?
That's what Reza's going with.
Or was he forced to because of bad dice roll?
Hey, don't ruin my legend, man.
So go on.
No, you're right. I got a little comfortable in my position.
Right, so maybe it's time to just let everybody go rest.
No,
Recover,
I've got
should.
two more
No.
individuals I need to
No, you
finish. If
don't.
I don't finish my project, it will just I
Reza
won't be
stands
able to
up and
sleep.
talks over her, and she says, "Good job, you two. We're very proud. Now, fuck off, get some sleep, and don't fucking talk about it."
At this point, one of them, these seem to be the last two members of the Spyglass Sentinels. One of them stood there, half asleep, stood up, drool dripping down the side of his mouth. Thumbs up and wanders off.
No, Vanya can't let it go because she's got this OCD, like she's got to be able to finish it because
Reza
if
pulls out an
not,
emergency muffin and stuffs it into her hands.
no.
Don't talk with your mouth full, dear. It's not very attractive.
For tomorrow belongs to this is good. Where'd you get this?
Francis actually made them with the new herbs and things we have. He's quite an excellent baker, actually. I'm shocked. There might be bone meal in that, though. Just make it a little blocked up. Don't worry about it.
I'm sure I can find something to help that pass. Well, now that everybody has left, where have you two been?
Reza's looking around and she does not see Cypher.
No.
I'm assuming.
No.
Nope.
So she ignores Vanya's question and says, "Where's Cypher? Didn't he come back with you?"
At this whole scene, when Garrett appears, Desmond gets out of the spot where Garrett usually sits and goes over to where he normally sits at the end of the table.
We've all gotten a little comfortable, huh?
No. Like, you know, he looks almost like a little bit eager to get out of that spot. And
Right.
just, uh-huh.
So yeah, with the question in the air of where's Cypher, did he come back with you? Vanya, Desmond?
Cypher... I don't recall seeing him after. He was telling people to pick things up, and I was not in the greatest state at that time to be able to ask him where he was going or anything.
Understandable.
Reza, I'm gonna be completely honest. I too was not in a good state, and I've seen green, I've seen purple, I did not see Cypher amongst those colors.
Oh man, I really want to go down a tangent with that. Fuck it, it's happening. Reza sort of raises his brow and looks at her and says, I know we've all been through a lot today, Vanya, but if you were just to describe Cypher as a color, what would it be if not green or purple?
Like his aura, like what he gives off to me.
Well, you said you've seen green and you've seen purple, but you haven't seen Cypher, so I'm confused by that statement.
I mean,
Do you see people as color?
No, like, did you not see the colors in the sky? But Cypher can be.
I can be a violet sky.
No, like Desmond's right. Like I've never seen. I've seen Cypher be many different forms, but never just a color in the sky. Desmond, have you?
That was lovely, Desmond. Perhaps you should do some singing nights for the Folly.
Oh no. No, don't even know what I was saying, really.
What days are you available?
Right,
I can book you.
A very busy schedule.
Reza looks over at Garrett as if, like, pleading for help.
You
At
did
this
this.
point-
You fucking did this. Don't you go looking for help elsewhere.
I did, and I have regrets, okay? So at this point, Reza looks over their heads towards Garrett. One, to see if he is actually still sitting by the door or if he has gone elsewhere during this distraction. And two, to send him a look that says, help me. I fucked up.
I've got quite a distant expression on my face as I'm calling out to Cypher through the mental link. And if he's within a mile of where I'm sitting, I should, touch wood, be able to contact him.
Yes, you are. Bear in mind, Nova Stoya is only about 3 miles in diameter, as we tested out the other day. So yes, he would from the Folly. In fact, do you know what? Ruler. In a straight line, the Folly is pretty much bang on 1,000 feet from the Society. 1,000 feet to miles. Point 18 or point 19. So yeah. It's within, you know, a fifth of a mile away. Yes, it can, because it's telepathy. Go on.
Ooh. Cypher.
The sheepish. Yes.
Where are you?
Society. I'll be back soon.
Are you okay?
guess.
Good. We need to talk. And I break the connection.
Oh. Someone done fucked up.
Cypher will take his time in his lyrics. But he will reappear round about dawn.
All right. Is there anything anyone else wishes to do for before we close out the night?
Would so with what little bit of rest that Vanya had, would she have gotten a short rest?
Oh, you've not got a short rest. This is before you take a short rest. Is there anything you wish to ask me before you go and get a rest?
Desmond's going to just say, just going to raise a hand, one finger pointed up. The contractors brought back one of the mages that put them in a cage downstairs. Not sure if you want to do anything with that.
It's really not my department.
Well, I figured that it might be potentially your department in the realm of snacks. If, worst case scenario, I don't...
I had a picnic in the forest, but thank you for thinking of me.
We could question them. Like, I don't know, find things out.
I just don't know what we would try to extract from them that we don't already know.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought maybe that was a good suggestion. I'm still in my leader role.
Garrett just raises an eyebrow.
Yes, go ahead, Garrett. You may speak.
Good. That's a relevant point. Garrett, let's just say theoretically it was just me and Vanya here, and you had to leave one of us in charge. Who would you leave in charge?
Vanya's gonna have a big smile and is like shaking her head. Yes, like it's me.
Reza is backing away so she doesn't get accidentally hit by a side dagger.
Oh, it's so difficult to pick one of you two to be in charge, but yeah, it's you, Desmond. It's always you, Desmond.
All right,
Vanya.
well, there goes that next time.
Vanya, roll me a Constitution saving throw, please.
You'll need a salve for that sick burn.
Considering you were literally on death's door, hearing these words, it's at this moment where all of that exhaustion catches up with you and your body no longer obeys what you want it to do. The world begins to grow dark around the edges as you pass out. And at that point...
She does it.
Go on.
She does that because she is appalled because of all the effort that she put in leading from this point, and the place didn't burn down, and Garrett did not acknowledge that bastard.
Desmond was there to stop you.
All right. So, everyone bar from Cypher, you will get a short rest. Also, yeah, Lord Road 2018, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Rao, even. Thank you. I appreciate that. Welcome to the fold. So yeah, short rest for everyone bar from Cypher. The rest of you managed to get a relatively good night's sleep, with the exception of Cypher, who is deep into researching the last few pages trying to understand the ritual, the magical circles, and various other miscellanea required in what he's wanting to do. I do love the short rest being a full night's sleep. I love it. I fucking love it. Oof.
I'm
That
gonna switch out contracts, but I'm gonna figure out which one I want to switch out to.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So we currently have a well-fed vampire. Garrett having to roll a couple of other dice because that first one was terrible and the second was bad.
Fucking awful. Howdy.
Were you injured there, good sir?
I was all sorts of fucked up, I was.
All right, what's that bring us all to at the moment then? 46 out of 52 for Vanya, 52 out of 53 for Reza, 48 out of fucking how much, Desmond?
That's right. That's right.
What?
70 fucking 4? Holy shit.
All right. 48 out of 74 for Desmond. Cypher, you're still stuck at 26 of 30. 26 37.
Yeah. Nice.
Weakling. In fact, how...
That's why in these fights, I get in front of the attacks and try to take the hits because I have a lot more of those points than anyone else.
Even Vanya's got like nearly double your HP, dude.
Sorcerer. What can I say?
Why, you're so weak.
Okay, I've got 12 con.
Oh, okay.
I've got 12
Made
con.
that-
It's just... Yeah, go on.
It's made out of twiglets and paper mache.
All right. So,
Real quick, I'm gonna switch
Yes.
to the contract of fortune.
Contract of Fortune. Throw it up for us just as a reminder of what it does. Contract of Fortune. Whilst drawing power from the signer of this contract, whenever a creature makes an attack roll, skill check, or saving throw within 20 feet, after the GM has rolled, but before they have declared the result, you can use your reaction to roll a d20. If you roll 10 or higher, the attack roll, saving throw, or skill check immediately fails. Oh shit, okay.
That's pretty good.
This is pretty good. Okay.
Go fuck yourself.
Yeah. So, with that then, the vast majority of you get a relatively good night's sleep. You're all exhausted, battered and bruised in your own ways. Eventually, Cypher, you would begin to understand the nuances of the ritual and probably consider it's now high time to go back to the folly. Since
Reluctantly go back
you,
to the folly.
you were told to go, to go and talk with Garrett, and you stayed a little longer than anticipated. There's a lot to read. So yeah, making your way out of the society, you begin to meander your way back through the alleys, Market Row, lower streets, and eventually reach the folly in the early hours of the morn. What happens?
No. I was going to
fact,
say
actually-
he sneaks in the back. Tries to sneak in the back door. But he won't. He'll go on the front door and just be like, okay. So he locks the front door, braces himself, opens the door crack, peeks his one eye in. He's like, can I see anybody? And then slowly comes in, locks the door behind him.
How early is this?
Like dawn, like first light.
First dog.
First, somewhat less dark. So roughly about 6 a.m. in the morning, then I would guess.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If nobody stops him, he's going to try and sneak into the undercroft.
All right.
Well,
All right, he makes it to the undercroft. Say no. Everybody's waiting in the undercroft for him.
where he finds Reza laying out all of the items she picked off of Frug's body on a table.
Oh shit.
She's
So-
been.
So yeah, very very quickly before you carry on, Cypher, you make your way through the folly, glancing around. No sign, not even Julian or Francis is currently here. It seems that the folly's been closed down for the day due to obvious reasons. You tiptoe down the stairs into the basement before eventually opening the secret door to the undercroft, making your way through the long corridor before getting towards the central personal chambers, and it's here where you find Reza hunched over a table. Reza.
Yep, she's clean, neat, and tidy, and looking like nothing ever happened to her yesterday. Just slightly, well, not even slightly paler than normal, because the color of her face is determined by how recently she's had a meal. So she looks rosy-cheeked and healthy. It's just her eyes that are very tired. And she's carefully. The bag of holding is sitting on the table. She's already taken her musket and her bow out of it. Those are up in her quarters. She's carefully laying out the various items taken off the body of the fool.
Oh, doesn't even get his name.
No, he's just the fool now.
Oh, come on! I put all this time and effort into my NPCs, and you just fucking reduce them to.
The fool.
That's so
Okay,
good.
I couldn't remember it in that exact moment, so I just called him the
No,
fool.
it's fine. No, it's fine. I'll just go fuck myself. Carry on.
Cypher will just kind of stand there shyly, kind of waiting for everybody else to show up. Like he's waiting for an ambush. And he's not going to say anything.
I'm trying to figure out what my passive perception is.
Easy. Next to perception, there's a number in your character sheet. If you open your character sheet, go to where perception is. And then at the side of perception, there will be a number. Your passive perception is fucking terrible, Reza, at 10.
Oh, yeah, look at that. I'm shit. So she's just,
I mean, in fact, if you want to, Cypher, roll me a stealth check. I know you're not trying to be stealthy, but this is just your, your natural...
My natural being of being a
Yeah.
quiet boy. Yeah.
Yeah. Natural state of
creepy
being.
little shit.
Yeah.
All right.
No, she doesn't.
Yeah, no.
So she pulls out a pair of boots, kind of brushes them off a little bit. There's like a chunk of flesh on one of them, and she flicks it off with her finger. Sets them down on the table. Then she reaches back in and pulls out this cloak, and she just like shakes it out a little bit, and there's a couple arrow holes in it, but nothing a little
Knitting.
quick little cantrip. Can't fix. And she kind of lays that out on the table as well. And she does this a couple of more times until she's laid everything out, and then she drapes the bag of holding back over her shoulder and turns around.
Cypher, what does she see?
Cypher's kind of stood there sheepishly. He's got a satchel with a bunch of papers and a couple of grimoires, and he just kind of stood there sheepishly. And she goes, "Morning."
Reza looks at him. morning.
I guess I should start by apologizing.
What do you think you're apologizing for, Cypher? To me?
To you personally, being in that vicinity must have been very unpleasant to you.
So you knew that it was going to be painful.
I did.
Is there anything you need out of here? And she points to the bag of holding, because it's mine now.
Get fucked!
Just my grimoire.
She holds the bag open so he can slip his hand in and get his grimoire out.
Cypher uses helpful shade. He doesn't get close. He doesn't move. He just kind of whistles and helpful shade.
I mean, she already knows you taste awful. She's not gonna bite you.
Yeah, he's not taking that chance. So he uses helpful shade to take his grimoire out of the bag.
You would just see a shadowy hand just reach into the bag, pull out a grimoire, and the hand would sort of go close to the ground, and with the spine pointing to the ceiling, the book would just scoot down the distance between you both before raising into Cypher's hand.
Now, I am the least of those you have to apologize to. But, for my part, I would say that I would very much appreciate it and take it as a sign of your respect for me if you would never fucking do something like that again in my presence without warning me first.
I understand.
Do you?
Of course. I'd have told you if I thought I could.
Hmm. Well. And she walks towards him.
Cypher screws his eyes shut, kind of bunches up his shoulders like, oh god, she's gonna hit me.
And she just pats him on the shoulder. And says, I hope you never have to feel what it's like for someone to try and suck your soul out of your body while you're still alive. And she goes upstairs.
Guess Cypher doesn't say anything to that.
What's left on the table, Reza? What items did you put on the table there?
Should I throw them up?
Sure, why not?
She had taken a couple of things out of the bag before Cypher got down there. So there's a pair of gloves.
Okay. The gauntlets of might. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple pieces of jewelry.
Ring of spell storing. The brooch of shielding.
And then the boot she pulled out and flicked the gore off of.
Boots of the silent courier. Yeah.
And the cloak.
The luminous cloak.
And the last thing that she didn't, interestingly enough, take out of the bag.
A flaming short sword. All right. Okay. Loot! Actual loot! Magical items! I'm sure we'll see what those things are as people pick them up and take them. But for the moment, that's what's been left on the table. These were all items that Oren Turin, Frug, had on his person. Reza, you've got the bag of holding and the loud coin, so allow me to transfer ownership of the loud coin over to you.
Thank you.
I can take a bag of holding out in my backpack as a.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, Lucius. I know you were so excited about that. But it's mine now, bitch.
Look at this chat. Fucking people taking liberties. You do one thing and everyone's like, well, I'm taking all your nice stuff away. Go fuck yourself.
This is the reason we can't have nice things.
Can't believe you stole my coin as well.
She's gonna give it back to you.
Alright, there you go.
See, Divrak knows.
Fucking hell. Alright, Cypher, you're left alone in the Undercroft for the moment, or at least alone at the table in the centre of the room. Whether or not others are here in the Undercroft, in their own personal quarters.
Yeah, probably, but I'll go wait by the door to the Thorn room.
Like a naughty schoolboy.
Like a naughty schoolboy.
Alright. Down to you guys.
You can hear movement inside the Thorn room.
Garrett, I'm home.
Good. Come in. And you hear the rustle of roots scraping across root.
Cypher will enter.
Garrett stood there at his work table. His flesh paler than usual. Not sickly, but more fey. His hair that was lank last night is back to its usual shine. The marks on his face have all disappeared. And his piercing blue eyes almost seem to bore into Cypher's soul.
You'll be wanting an explanation then, yes?
Think I deserve one?
Just know that I didn't do it out of malice. Or to be cruel, or to hurt you, or anything like that. I did it because it had to be done. It was the only way. It was the only chance we had. Do you understand what I'm trying to do?
The fight was over, but I think I understand.
You do? You wouldn't have agreed to it if you'd known.
No, I wouldn't. because it was selfish for me to agree to it.
Exactly. You know what a sin eater is?
It's not something I've come across.
I read it in one of the coroner's books. Describes taking the sins of others upon yourself, so they don't have to bear it upon it. I did that so you wouldn't have to do something worse. I'm your sin eater. That way, you can get home, and you don't have to lie, because you can't. I mean, you know, like you can't lie to the Queen. Any and all sins would be put on me. You can go home. You can go home. Well, not yet, but soon. Hopefully soon.
But what of you?
You really think they'd have accepted this?
My people aren't like the people from Novostoya. Changelings are accepted, part of our families.
Natural changelings, you know, things that are born naturally. Like, do I look natural to you? Am I natural? I was made by mages, the same as those fucking credits that we just murdered. I'm little better than that stupid pile of fucking meat that they left. Except I worked.
You are so much better than any of those in that building. They experimented on people for sport, for money.
Ego.
For ego, correct. I'd like to think you're better than that.
I'm gonna become worse before this is over. The only creature we know of that could get you over is the coroner. But he won't do it. Fickle creature that he is.
I don't know how I'm meant to feel. I should be angry at you. Queen
know.
knows I was a mess yesterday. But I understand your reasons. And you're sacrificing a part of your soul for me.
Mm-hmm. I don't do this out of a sense of obligation. I do this because I chose to. Do you understand that? I don't have.
Me, I do.
I don't have to do this. I want to do this. You know. And whether I could join you on the other side or not is irrelevant.
With 2 bounding steps, Garrett walks forward and just grabs Cypher across the shoulders for a second, looks into his one eye. And pulls him into a hug. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Cypher buries his face into his chest because he doesn't want Garrett to see him cry. He goes, "Yeah, okay."
And sensing that, Garrett's like, go and get the others. And we need to talk about what happened after.
Understood. And Cypher like cover his face, turn away, and leave to go gather the others.
He will run into Reza coming back down the stairs with a plate of, let's call it food from
Call it food.
from Francis, and a pitcher of. I mean, he called it milk. We'll find out what it actually is if anybody drinks it. And walks over to the table where she laid everything out and arranges chairs around it, getting everything ready for the inevitable meeting she knew was going to happen.
Yeah. All right.
So yeah,
so go on.
Cypher will go collect Desmond and Vanya and tell Teresa that we're having a meeting.
How's Desmond and Vanya looking this morning? Good talk. I appreciate it.
Go ahead,
Thanks.
Desmond.
He's muted.
Sorry, I was eating an apple and I didn't want to crunch it into the mic. Yeah, so Desmond is down in the Undercroft, and he has pretty much discarded his armor because whatever was holding it together has just completely given up the ghosts with the sheer devastation. So he has got it in a pile on the floor, just hasn't got around to trying to fix it or deciding what to do with it. And yeah, he's just basically existing in his little area because he doesn't have anything else to do right now. Obviously, pretty well beat up still, but he's recovered a pretty decent amount overnight.
So you're in the Undercroft, are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Cypher, come find me a bit. Morning, Desmond.
Vanya, how are you looking?
Vanya has stayed in the Undercraft as well because of, previously her seeing the purple and all of that, and she just felt safer down there. So she's just kind of hunkered up in some random room, but is not as positive as she usually is. She's kind of sulking because of before she passed out, like Garrett had chose Desmond over her for leading, even though she had successfully led the group prior. And she's just gonna kind of walk out into the hallway. She's gonna be refreshed. I mean, she's great. She's just struggling to put a little pep in her step.
All right. So with Cypher moving in to gather you all, you are led to the center of the Undercroft where there is a table that's got a few items arranged around it. Garrett's sat on one end of the table, at the other end, Reza. What do you all do?
Come join us.
Oh, do you want me? I mean, surely I can't sit at the head of the table, right? Where would you like me to sit, Garrett? Like lower than Desmond?
Cypher's confused by this. He's like, what?
Just sit down, Vanya.
I just want to make sure I'm in my rightful place, you know.
It's the spot that I put the tray of muffins in front of.
Oh. I'll sit right here.
Mm-hmm.
Desmond will take a spot on the opposite side, just waiting to see where Cypher settles in.
Cypher will probably sit away from everybody at the other end of the table.
So last night, we all know what happened in the compound with the green light. That's behind us now. We have more things to worry about. The green light was noticed, and I'm sure you all noticed the purple light in the sky after.
I
Celine
expected
was,
as much.
It had Salim very frightened last night, too.
All right.
Which I calmed him.
Thank you.
I've
You're
heard
welcome.
stories. Stories about how something similar to what you saw was used in war. For them to use it so casually. Well. To me, I feel like this means we need to make sure that we have gathered as much power unto ourselves as we possibly can without soliciting further notice. No?
Correct. For anyone that doesn't understand, I believe I saw an Inquisitor at the compound. And it burnt with this purpley fire. It destroyed everything. Everything living was reduced to ash.
Everything?
Everything. People, plants, even the wood in the buildings.
Anything alive or that once held life would be destroyed.
Did you notice anything that was studded?
There was what, sorry?
She's eating on her muffin. She's like,
That was studded.
that was stuff that didn't, you know, what would be the right word? Deteriorate from it?
Withstood.
Withstood.
Your pronunciation. Yeah, sorry. Her pronunciation is terrible, even with common.
Just a stone. Even the earth that was changed.
So nothing.
Just a stone.
Sorry, I was crunching really loud and I couldn't hear you say that before, but okay, I got that. Thank you.
The bone meal in the muffins.
Good for the teeth.
Mmm.
Keeps the
Calcium,
fangs
yo.
sharp. Yeah.
This is how they used to fortify bread back in the, in the fantasy era. Just add bone to it for calcium.
Extra roughage.
Enriched white bread, whole new meaning.
Yeah. It's probably some of the whitest bread novel stories ever seen. But I digress.
Now, we promised a building to Salim. The main tower isn't habitable at all. But the archive was far enough away not to have been touched. I checked it. Obviously there was quite the fight inside. But the building stands, the doors are locked. I placed a warning on the door. I didn't want to use the folly or anything that could be traced back to here. So I thought up a name on the spot. The name from home, but it will do. And hopefully it will intimidate people enough to leave well alone. It's the Shadow Guard.
Interesting choice of words.
I like it.
In the Feywild, I was part of an organisation called the Red Guard that kept the wild safe, the portals covered from unwanted attention. And well, Red's got a different meaning here. We seem to work in the shadows a lot, and I thought Shadow Guard would fit.
So this is the new moniker we'll be using, is it?
I think it would help us to keep certain activities clear of the Folly's name.
I'm sorry, what was that again? Are you naming something again?
I seem to have quite the way with naming things, so yes.
And what was it?
So glad you're paying attention. The Shadow Guard.
Let me think on it.
So, we have another Inquisitor poking around. One capable of destruction on a scale I've not seen.
What are we guarding?
She really hasn't been paying attention at all, has she?
I don't think so.
I'm sorry. I've just been a little upset, and I've finally calmed down. We're the Shadow Guard now, and we're guarding something, and there's an Inquisitor.
Right, well, you know how we're the protectors of Lower Streets and Market Row, right?
Well, yes. I mean, I haven't been upset that long.
Right, well, that's still who we're protecting with the addition of Piker and Porter.
I mean, we have done great things. I have as well. Sorry, do continue. I'm up to speed.
Right.
You lost my trail of thought now.
Well,
Go on, Reza.
you secured the building and put a notice on it saying it was under the protection of, I'm assuming, the Shadow Guard, meaning us, so that the Folly is not associated with our other line of work, which makes sense.
Yes. I thought a new name, if the Inquisitor was to turn up and see the sign, it wouldn't lead straight to us.
Will you still be known as the benefactor?
I believe it's your people that call me that.
But you're not the benefactor in the Shadow Guard. Do you go by a different name?
Garrett.
Noted.
So, with the assembly of the Shadow Guard now beginning, there's still a fair bit to discuss in regards to what's occurred and, of course, what the plan is going forward. Garrett, what is the plan going forward at this point?
Suppose the immediate plan is to make sure all of our debts are paid. I.e. Salim and Rurik, make sure everyone's okay, sorted, all our promises are kept.
Perhaps a reinforcement of the premises, considering the scales have now been tipped against you.
Yes, I was getting to that. I do need to go to the society and ask for some advice in beefing up our wards and physical protection to the undercrofted.
Well, speaking of physical protection, Garrett, there's something that's been sort of on my mind for quite a while now, but I hadn't had a chance to raise it, but now might be a good time to consider taking some action and retrieving the corpse. Well, not the corpse, it's still alive. The body of the creature hung over the Carnelian Gate. I've spent some time watching it. I even asked the coroner about it. But I think there is much power, particularly for me, to be gained from...
Cypher says, not just you.
She nods to him. From bringing that creature to the Undercroft.
At that, before a response can be formulated, I'm going to call our very last break of the evening.
Oh, thank God.
So, yes, with the bringing up of the governor, ex-governor, he is required for 2 of you by the sounds of it. Reza, Cypher. But yeah, we will pick this up in a moment after our last break of the evening. So, we will be right back. I don't think I've got anything I need to... No. Cheers, Durs. Cheers. What a session so far. We've had people die. More people die. Cypher get hugged. Vanya thinking she is the queen of the realm. But I'll be right back. Don't forget people dying. Yeah, there's a lot of people. I mean, how can you forget that? I should probably see about trying to set Twitch adverts on the hour.
Want me to go for a pee?
Yeah.
That'd be a really good idea.
It would be a really good idea. Because there's no avoiding it, annoyingly. Yeah, well. Yeah, I try and I think I've got adverts turned down to the lowest setting possible, because it's fucking, I hate adverts, man. I think everyone does. Oh. Oh. Oh, excuse me. What a session so far, though. It's a lot of deep, veiny lore and intrigue.
Hmm.
Real fans will subscribe. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Rayvon. All right. Do we have everyone back, or are we still waiting on peeps?
I'm here.
All right. In that case, then, we will continue on. So, obviously,
I'm back.
hi. Welcome
Hi.
back. How are you? You good?
Great. Well,
Yeah.
I had to get the dogs another breath cookie.
Fair. I should probably do that for the cat because he fucking stinks. All right. Anyway. The discussion regarding the vampire, the governor, currently hanging from the Carnelian Gate for all to see, needed both for you, Reza, for, well, reasons?
Reasons.
And also Cypher, also for
Reasons.
There's also the question of reinforcing the Undercroft, which, Garrett, you seem to have an idea about.
Yeah.
Desmond, Vanya, is there anything you wish to add to what's already been brought up?
Desmond's only real concern is going and getting, well, picking up his armor, which didn't be done quite yet. So doesn't really have anything to do right now. But he'd be happy to go along to the society with everybody else.
Vanya, after hearing all of this and her bout with near death, feels like she needs to engage the nurse on maybe how to strengthen herself or her practices. So she will be seeking out the nurse.
Am I of the opinion that it's a trip to the society?
Why not? Let's squeeze one in.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Or out.
Okay. Before that, though, there are a few items laid out on the desk that Reza took out with a bag of holding. You would all spend a little bit of time examining and seeing what these things are, and you would quickly realize what they are. They are indeed all magical artifacts, weapons and armor apparatus of immense power that's led Frug to become one of the, if not the, top of the hierarchy of the outcasts. Before we go to the society, do you guys want to dish those out anywhere?
I think we've talked a bit about it and made some decisions between sessions.
Before the ring of Spellstone is handed out, Cypher's gonna put counter spell.
Son of a bitch!
Inside of it.
All right. So how and why? What is the ring of spell storing cipher?
Well, it can store up to 5 levels of spells to be used, and he's like, well, I can use spells, so why? Maybe if I give it to somebody else, it'll come in handy. Ipso facto, spare spells. Maybe to give to somebody who you might not expect it from. Also, they use my the spells you casted use my spell DC. So
you've spent a 3rd level and a second level spell slot to add the Crown of Madness and counter spell into the Ring of Spell Storing. Who is this being given to?
I'm thinking either Garrett, Desmond, or Reza to use it. One of the other non-magical users.
So
That way, and catch somebody totally off guard.
Who wants a ring with a fucking counter spell loaded in?
They both got. I mean, that one's got 120-foot range. Because thinking of like Reza, she's usually like on rooftops.
Yeah, though thinking about Callie, will I remember I have that?
Counter spell's only 60 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Des.
That's kind of
give
what
it a
I'm
Des.
feeling, yeah. As the ring slides towards Desmond, Reza's also going to push the gauntlets of might towards him as well.
All right. What are the gauntlets of might, Reza?
Your strength score is 19 while you wear these gauntlets. They have no effect on you if your strength is already 19 or higher.
It's literally just +3 strength to Desmond.
Yeah, it's like I think your armor is still in tatters, so these might help for a little while till you're able to pick up your new armor.
Could just like I wouldn't say no. Just not say no to.
Well, then say yes. Here, take them, please.
Oh, yeah, Desmond will slip them on and kind of like get a feel for how they work out, and just a little bit. You're gonna have to show me how this ring's supposed to work.
Oh yeah. I'll have to teach you the vocal components to the spells, eh?
And oh, go ahead.
No, just that's it. He's just kind of gripping his hands and like swinging in the air, seeing how it feels, and that's it.
I'd like to think Desmond's proper flexing right now.
Yeah.
He is. He's enjoying himself.
So, Desmond's got gauntlets of might, which bump his strength to 19 from 16. And he's now got a ring that can counter spell and cast Crown of Madness at DC 16 Wisdom saving throw.
Yes.
Cool.
And while we're buffing OP characters, Reza also takes the boots and slides them over to Garrett, but they make absolutely no sound as they slide across the table.
What are these boots, Reza?
They are the boots of the Silent Courier. While you wear these boots, your steps make no sound regardless of the surface you're moving across. You also have advantage on dexterity, stealth checks that rely on... It was taken out of my inventory, so I can't finish reading it.
Get fucked.
Stealth checks that rely on moving silently. It's still
Yes.
in the fucking tig-a-tig.
Oh, yeah. And then after she slides the boots over, she also takes the loud coin out and, like, coin flips it to Garrett at the other end of the table.
I catch it before it hits the floor because I can't be doing listening to that right now.
Oh. Gutted.
Oh, it'll get used again, don't you worry.
So there is still left the voluminous cloak and the brooch of shielding and the flaming short sword, which you currently have pocketed, Reza.
Yeah, so Reza's gonna pick the cloak up, shake it out, and drape it around her shoulders and look around the table to see if anyone objects.
Cypher's on the naughty list, so it says nothing.
I figured it might be handy since I'm usually up in high places.
Vanya's gonna comment. Looks better than it kind of covers what you have on right now, so it looks good on you.
She sighs heavily. So the cloak automatically casts Featherfall on the wearer if they fall more than 20 feet. While wearing this cloak, you can also use a bonus action to make it glow dramatically, which I will be doing almost every turn.
It's the Batman cloak.
Yes.
It is the cloak of billowing, but better. As it automatically casts slow fall if you fall more than 20 feet. Alright. Flaming short sword, brooch of shielding.
Vanya?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Reza pulls the flaming short sword out of the bag of holding and sets it on the table as well. I didn't want anybody to cut themselves until we were ready to decide what to do with this one.
Vanya grabs it, and it's like on fire, and she's gonna take like a little bit of dirt from off the ground and kind of sprinkle it on top of it so that it just kind of changes colors with the minerals that are in the dirt.
All right.
And she says, I like those colors.
So, the flaming short sword is a short sword. As a bonus action, you can speak the magic sword's command word. So, basically you would either inject it with mana or shout something. And with that, the sword will burst into flames. What colour flames, Vanya?
They're going to be colorful flames.
Multicolored?
All the different colors. Yeah, it depends on her mood at the time on what color it will be.
So it's a mood sword.
It's a mood.
Yes,
So
it
we've
is.
got... Alright, so we've got the flaming mood sword.
Amazing.
Whilst the sword is burning, you would also deal an extra 1d6 fire damage to anyone you hit with it. And the flames will last until, you basically speak the word again or inject mana to douse them. So yeah, probably better than the rapier you're using. In fact,
And
it's definitely better.
Her phrase that she's gonna say to light it aflame is, "Hope is a flicker of ember, but even embers can spark a revolution."
Are you going to remember that?
Nope. But I'm gonna save it somewhere that I can't find.
All right, DM it me, and I will add it to the weapon so that
Okay.
it's always there.
Does a sword come with I forgot my password option?
Oh, wait. Maybe it needs to be. Hold on. There's one more option. You guys choose. The phoenix doesn't fear the flames, it thrives in them.
Ooh, that's better.
That's
Yeah,
my-
let's do that one.
Yeah, that's much better.
All right, DM it to me so I've got it, and I can add it for you. Because no way am I traipsing through this VOD at 3 a.m. in the morning trying to find what you've just said in a
'Cause you
4
know
to
I'll
5.
ask
Yeah,
you.
absolutely. All right, last but not least, there is a small brooch. a half silver, half gold brooch that sits between you all. This is the brooch of shielding. Where's that going? Cheers, Jera.
While wearing this brooch, you have resistance to force damage, and you have immunity to damage from the magic missile spell. This brooch also acts as a spell focus.
Cypher? He's really squishy.
Well, Desmond, because didn't he take a lot of magic missiles to the general area of the face?
And Arcane Blast, which was force damage. Just putting it out there.
Make the tonky.
Sure, why not? Fuck it.
Oh my god.
I'm the juggernaut, bitch.
For the memes!
So Desmond's getting the brooch of shielding as well, yeah?
Yeah, fuck it, why not?
Oh my god.
We're sending him in first to everything.
Alright. So not only does Desmond have the spell, the Ring of Spell Storing, the Gauntlets of Might, and the Brooch of Shielding, he is the tonkiest motherfucker. He is a mage's worst nightmare. The Bling King.
Just start calling him Mage Bane.
Alright. Desmond. Are you happy with this?
Well, Desmond's a little bit like, why? What is all this stuff? Like, okay, well, and he's got some ideas rolling around in his head about ways that things could maybe be used better. But this is good for now, at least. Like, oh yeah, I'll see how it fits.
A fucking fighter that can ignore magic missile, force damage, and fucking counterspell.
In the back of his mind, he's thinking about how hilarious it would be to give Cypher the Gauntlets of Might. Just so that...
Bitch.
Well, again, items are not locked in. You can trade them as you wish, whenever you wish, so... God damn. With that, though, and Frug's miscellaneous magical items handed out to the party, I would imagine you all finish up any last few tasks that you have before congregating in the folly proper on the short walk to the society.
Seems accurate.
Copy this fucking command word. I like how it says command word and instead we've got a command paragraph.
That's Vanya for you.
Always more than you wanted.
But exactly what you needed.
There it is.
Alright, so that has now been added. The Phoenix doesn't fear the flames, it thrives in them. With that said, those are the words spoken that will cause the flaming short sword to erupt into a multicoloured rainbow flame. Alright, so as per the norm, you make your way out of the folly through the dreary... do you know what? At this point, I'm going to say, with this being a new dawn, you step outside of the folly and, for the first time in several weeks, yes, the cloud is still apparent, it's still dark, but the rain has stopped.
You're welcome.
You make your way through the slicked cobbles of lower streets, Market Row, before eventually reaching the society. And as you approach the door, as expected, the door begins to swing open, but this time there is a slightly different visage. The nurse is stood there, smile wide as she opens the door to you all and offers a single nodding greeting. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome in. It's been a while.
Yes, it seems like it was just yesterday.
She smirks at you, Desmond, before ushering you all inside. As you make your way down the long corridor, eventually opening into the central chamber of the society. So, what brings you all here today? Is it something to do with the rather abrupt and cataclysmic use of high-tier magics by any chance?
Was the catalyst for our visit?
I thought as much. Anyone in particular you wish to see, or is it just a fleeting and flying visit?
I'm here for you.
For me? Oh, darling, you shouldn't have. But
I
that's
believe
fine.
we all have an agenda, nurse. Also,
Oh,
thank you.
for?
You know.
I don't know what you're alluding to. Though, I will say, recently something came into my possession that I am rather thankful for, and as such, I believe there is a reward for its return to my possession, so here you go. Don't say I never give you all anything. And with that, the nurse will reach into her robe and produce a small box, roughly 6-inch wide, 6-inch long, and 3-inch high. A squared off wooden chest. And with both hands in a thankful gesture, she will offer it to you all. For you.
All right. Desmond will step up and just very delicately take it from her. And thanks.
You're
What is it?
welcome. Well, why don't you open it and find out?
I shake it.
Roll me an insight check, Desmond.
Da, 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 da. Insight.
Insight.
This isn't what I think it is it?
No, this is. You have no idea what this is.
Oh, okay.
It's something in there sloshes around. Something very wet. Something perhaps circular in size. Also, Desmond, something that moves.
He's gonna not shake. He's just gonna swish around a little bit. It's like, is it an eyeball?
Oh, no. No. You don't need that, do you? You've got a replacement. And she'll look at you, Cypher, as she's speaking. No, this is something else far more interesting. That's, well, I've not had much use out of the poor little critter for quite a while now, so I think it's only fair that he finds a new home. And, well, let's just say that I may have found an alternative for what's in said box.
Desmond will creak it open a little bit, see what's inside. He's not going to hide it from anybody.
All right. I guess an 8 doesn't hit.
Even without armor, no.
A tendril of sickly green shoots out in your direction, Desmond. But at the last minute, you just managed to just tilt your head slightly to the side as this tendril punctures past your ear and then retracts into the box. As you open the box itself, there appears to be a small slime there. It just sits in this box, bobbing around. Multiple tendrils and pseudopods begin to reach out of the box towards your hand and just grapple on to you. But apart from the initial attack, nothing further occurs.
Well, you settle down there. Behave or I'll eat you.
Who's familiar with alchemy or with the slimes? Anyone? I think, actually, I'm going to say Vanya. This is something you may be familiar with. Roll me a history check, please.
Okay.
As you glance over Desmond's shoulder into the box, you see a very familiar looking ooze. You're not sure why it's familiar, but you recognize this to be something known as an alchemical apprentice. This is an ooze that consumes and drinks potions, poisons, and various other creations. This thing has the ability to produce potions. The alchemical apprentice can produce one basic potion, oil tincture, or chemical draft each day, as long as you've got a bottle to do so. It can absorb potions. It can absorb any oil, any tincture, potion, alchemical draft that touches it and replicate the effects. But these oozes don't tend to fare well in sunlight, nor do they easily endure the rigors of travel. Vanya, you would be aware that if this thing is jostled in the slightest whilst being moved from place to place, there is a very good chance it will die.
Desmond. Desmond.
Yes.
Can I? Oh, be very, very still. Don't move. She's gonna kind of like tilt her head and look in. Desmond. Okay. Don't shake it. Be very, very gentle with it. Okay?
All right.
Before I tell you what it is, just know you'll probably name it and then Garrett will change it later. But this is really, really neat, okay? Like, you can give any kind of chemical or like a potion to this thing and, I'm trying to think, what's it called? An alchemical apprentice. Yes, that's exactly what it is. So it can absorb like potions and poisons and chemicals, and it could like recreate it. It can create potions for you on a daily basis. But if you do not make any quick movements where you kind of slam it up against things, because you will kill it.
Oh.
It did survive. It did survive the earlier jostling just.
Poor little bugger.
Desmond, can I name it or give you suggestions?
What do you want to name it?
Oh, it's not.
Not.
Really?
That's not a good name.
Oh,
If she didn't get it, shit. I was know better jokes.
did you say it was? Oh,
You could name it James.
no, it's too soon, Desmond.
I like
Oh,
I like the name James actually. It's very dapper. Hello,
Holly.
James.
I like
Hello,
Holly.
James.
Doesn't Holly sound positive? I mean, it's green, right? Holly's kind of red and green.
It's green at the moment. Yes. It will change depending on what potion you or what tincture, what acid, what poison you feed it. It seems very much a familiar shade of green as well.
Let's it can change colors with potions, and let's name it Sal,
is it?
like a salamander.
I like
Is it-
James.
I like Sal.
Hey, they look okay. So Desmond's just kind of thinking because he's used quite a few of these. Does it look like it's somehow able to replicate the botanist potion? Is that what the color it is right now?
That's exactly what it looks like at the moment. A gelatinous version of the botanist's potion of healing.
The healing question mark.
Yes, the healing question mark.
Well, okay. Looks like the last thing it had is something we probably want to let it hold on to for a while.
I may have taken the liberty of thinking ahead. And I just found something so rather interesting that, well, I wanted to see whether or not the poor thing would die. It didn't. And therefore I gift it unto you all. Now, as for the name, Sal, Holly, Snot, I'm sure you can discuss that amongst yourselves and, well, consider this my gift to you all. Don't say I never give you anything now.
Can't say that. But
Alright.
make sure it doesn't go anywhere and be very careful with this. So Desmond's going to slide the top back on the box very gently.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to hold it with both hands, despite the fact he probably only needs one, just right in front of him. And he's just going to keep it as still as possible and walk kind of slowly with it if he goes anywhere.
Alright. There is now in the actors, in your Pariahs, you should be able to see Sal, name pending.
Oh. I got really excited there for a second.
I mean, I'm calling him Sal for the minute, unless you say otherwise, Vanya. He is now Sal, the alchemical apprentice, an ooze that can produce quantities of liquids with whatever you feed him.
I kind of like it because it's almost like short for salicylic acid.
Nerd.
I mean, guilty as charged, but still. This is a D&D stream and we're all here. I think we're all nerds.
We're all fucking nerds here. All right. It only produces a single potion a day.
Only.
But yes, it has the potential. Though at the same time, it is fragile and it only has a single HP. So, hashtag if you abuse it. Goodbye, Sal. We shall see.
Desmond, don't you kill Sal like you killed James.
I would never.
All right. Anyway, with that, the nurse is gonna grab Vanya by her hood and just start dragging her towards. Come. And there's things that you're obviously here for, so you want to have a chat, and you've not seen me in a while, so let's get this over with. Do you know, I have met the most ravishing gentleman. And with that, the nurse and Vanya will step into the nurse's chamber. Leaving Desmond, Reza, Cypher, and Garrett.
Wait, why is everybody kind of chuckling? Like, is there something I don't know?
The nurse got a date before Vanya. That's why I'm chuckling.
No.
It's just the image of hag go talk.
Do you think that this would keep better if it were in the bag?
I don't know. We could try it. I mean, can you put living things in the... I don't really know what happens in here. It won't get jostled, probably, but does it need air?
I don't imagine so.
Well, it
I
was in a-
wouldn't want to risk it.
There, okay.
Right, okay.
I'll just be very careful with it. Do what you have to. I'm going to stay in this room with this thing and not move it more than I have to. I'll watch it. That's what I'm doing here now.
Right, where the rest of you headed? I would like to see the corner.
I know this has gone on a little, we're at the 4-hour mark. Are you guys good for a little longer to finish this off?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Reza, you need to speak to the coroner.
Jeez.
Botanist for me.
Botanist for LeGarrett. Cypher, are you going to tag along with anyone?
He'd probably go with Reza to the coroner.
All right, so Reza, Cypher at the coroner, Garrett the botanist, Vanya at the nurse. Who's going first?
Get the coroner out of the way first.
Yeah.
Okay. Boop. So, with the sliding of stone door, Reza, Cypher, you step into the coroner's chamber. The familiar tug, Reza, of your soul towards the blue obelisk. Excuse me, the blue obelisk at the off to the side. And the coroner himself is stood at the far end of the room, hunched over the pedestal where his grimoire sits. And he just gives you a brief raise of the hand in recognition as you step in.
Reza will first turn and bend over towards Cypher, half whispering in his ear. Can you feel that? Nodding her head towards the obelisk.
Reza, very quickly, this pull is very similar to what you felt last night.
Oh, I know. She just wants to know if Cypher can feel it too, or not, or if it's just because of what she is.
Cypher can feel it. Now Cypher's curious. He puts out his hand, holds his ring out in front of him. Can you feel that?
Can't you feel that?
Yes. If it's directed at you, yes, you can. There is a
She
familiar tugging
pushes his-
sensation.
She's like makes a slapping motion, like get it away from me.
Ow.
But I didn't hit you.
But yes, to answer your question.
Interesting. And then she will greet the coroner in Abyssal, demonstrating the level of proficiency she has gained at the task he set her.
Oh, shit. Whizzing round his brow, almost like creased parchment. Even the sound's very similar as he raises a brow.
Good. Greetings to you as well, Teresa, and Safer. I am happy to see that you have, your companions have not undrun and quartered you.
As am I, Master. As am I.
With that, he'll shuffle away from the pedestal, motioning towards the stone table and several stools that surround it.
Questions you have come with. Very well. In that case, I will answer this as much as I can. It is the least I can do for, aspiring pupils.
Do you want me to go first? Cypher.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Go ahead. I'm just here backing you up.
Thank you. I think. Well, when we spoke last, I had mentioned wanting to be able to protect the people at our establishment, and you set me a task to learn, which, with the help of
I am
Cypher
aware
here-
of the task that I set you. I am not senile. You were tasked with learning all manner of spells, yes. Delving into the unknown.
learning Abyssal.
Ah, yes. Abyssal.
Right, so my first. Wait, what?
No.
He'll just wave a hand at you to continue.
My first question is there a way I could learn how to shield myself from the pull of that thing? And she points to the obelisk. And that thing, and she points to the ring on Cypher's finger.
Oh, shit. Okay. Okay.
I mean, she's going to be living with one now, so it's going to be uncomfortable if she doesn't have a way to protect herself.
Coroner will glance at you, Reza, and then Cypher, ring, obelisk, back to you.
Yes, I understand. Two ways. One, laborious, studious even. That requires death ward. Alternatively, just to become more powerful.
Reza smiles slightly. Fair enough. What would you have me study next, Master, to gain proficiency in art similar to yours?
Cypher. Basics.
He'll wave a hand towards you and then point towards the wall of old tomes.
Congratulations. You will tutor Teresa in the basics of necromancy.
Understood.
And now I feel like I have truly given you a fit punishment.
Cypher goes to the wall. He's just like, bring the bag. And he's just like, you're gonna need this one and this one.
She walks
This one.
behind him holding the bag open.
So yeah, Cypher just collects a plethora of like beginner books. He's like, right, the basics. That should do, right? No, this one as well. And this
Whatever
one.
you say, teacher.
You just hear from the table.
No, he is no teacher. This is a test for him, too. See if he can pass the knowledge to others. That is a requirement going forward.
Reza kind of smirks slightly and just nods.
2-year-old teacher. Yeah. Man. So yeah, Cypher has probably assembled somewhere in the region of like 20 to 30 books in the bag of holding. That's right. That should get you started.
Thank you.
You should be able to comprehend those now. If there is, well, they are basic books. Cypher should be able to answer questions. Should he fail, come to me.
Thank you.
Though, there is a payment.
And what is required?
More than you can currently afford. No, this goes for both of you. I am reaching a point in my research that may require a little extra. When that moment comes, you two,
And he points 2 fingers towards you both.
you will do so at my command without question. Yes? Gather what I need.
Reza kind of.
Agreed.
Well, Reza glances down at Cypher and sees him say that, and she's like, "Yes, agreed."
Good. I hope you can live long enough to see it through. Now,
Speaking of living long enough, the 3 blood vials that you provided so long ago, I've happened to have used the last one. How could I procure more of those, potentially?
With that, the coroner will grunt, stand up from the chair, head over to his grimoire, snatch it from the pedestal, meander his way back to the table, slam it onto the table, turn it round, flick through a few pages to one at Cypher in your direction, and just stick a bony finger.
copy this. Once words from the books are understood, You will be able to do so yourself.
Simon picks up a quill and a piece of parchment, staring at Reza the entire time. He's like, "No worries, I got this."
Thank you. And
Starts copying it.
she watches him trying to make sure she understands the words. At least can see what the words are on the page if she doesn't fully understand their import yet.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to fully grasp how the spell works, but from the description and the annotations, it is a spell that you would need a willing victim, and you would basically then have to cast this as a ritual, slit their throat, and drain the blood from their body. From there, that amount, from a willing victim, not someone who's charmed. It has to be a willing victim or a willing participant. I can't remember off the top of my head how much blood the human body has, but you would be able to a lot. Yeah, you would be able to gather that in potions that are magically sealed. To get the vials of preserved blood. Or magically preserved.
2.5 gallons.
2.5 gallons of blood in the human body.
No, 1.5 gallons of human blood.
1.5. All right. So there you go. But again, this is quite a relatively high level spell. It would be around about 3rd level, and the victim has to do so of their own volition. They can't be tricked.
Cough.
Yeah, they can't be tricked into it. Otherwise, the spell will automatically fail.
Got it. I'm sure I'll chat with you more after the session about what my goals are. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's Sanguine Preservation, a 3rd level spell that will drain a willing victim of all of their blood and preserve it.
And that's me done with the coroner.
All right.
That's all.
Here we go. We're talking about fucking exsanguinating someone. Cool. Cypher, after you transcribe the required elements down, again, with it being a new spell, it's not something you would immediately be able to perform. It's something that has to be studied, trial, tested. So you can't just be like, haha, exsanguinate. It will require you a precise amount of proficiency in the manipulation of magic to basically pull this
Preserve
off.
the blood. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And this is sangromancy rather than necromancy. So this is the study of blood magic rather than that of
soul
necromancy.
magic.
Yeah. Similar but different. All right, Cypher, anything further you wish to propose to the old coroner?
No, I came here just to back up fucking Reza, and now I've got more. Now I'm kind of wishing I went with Garrett.
Now you've got homework.
Yeah. All right. So we've got Garrett and Vanya. Who's up next? In fact, I'm gonna go Vanya because Garrett. I think if you're doing what I think you're doing, the start of that may be a good point to end it, and then we can pick what happens up next session, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally.
Cool. All right, Vanya. In the nurse's chamber, she leads you down the stairwell into the familiar scene of old stone, multitude of crystals, urns, lanterns hanging from the ceiling as she sits herself down on a rickety chair, a large smile plastered across her features. So, it's been a while, oh little student of mine.
Well, yes. Yes, it has.
Quite the
And she's-
eclectic little mix of individuals you've gathered under you all, haven't you? You're doing so well for yourself. I'm so proud.
Are you, are you, you're not talking about, you know, Desmond, Reza, Garrett, and Cypher. You're talking about
Just everyone.
You know about my sisterhood?
Sisterhood, yes. Yes. Quite the little coven you've got going there. Top down, you stood reigning on the others. Oh, I'm so proud of you. You've done so well. So well indeed.
I know, right? And like Garrett is gonna choose Desmond to lead the next time. I'm like leading all these individuals. I have proven experience of being a leader.
With that, the nurse will lean forward, place a hand on yours, Vanya. Well, look, how about, rather than worrying about the folly, you leave that, you know, the pub or the tavern, you leave that to those with business sense. You have got more grander ideas. You can do so much more with these
You're right.
sisters of yours.
You're right. I shouldn't be focusing on, you know, who's gonna wipe the tables up and sweep the dirt and stock the bar, right?
Exactly. You've got a... well, in fact, why don't you tell me a little more of what's going on with this sisterhood of yours?
But I could do both if I wanted to, right?
Why divide your attention on things that don't concern you? No, this sisterhood, this coven is, well, real power could come from that.
Well, I mean, it's already. So, you know, I have, you know, a few that are reporting up to me. I mean, really, Edith is my main, and she is kind of, while I'm not there, she is running it. And 1 second.
I hear the notes being looked for.
I had to grab my book. And then there's her second hand, Gina, which you know, sometimes you just have a second hand that listens to you. Anyways, so part of my, I mean, but you probably already know the whole thing, but they will recruit individuals to come into our recruitment center that's, you know, in Lower Streets, just a little ways down from the Folly. And I've also, you know, they do it at their own will because, you know, I mean...
Before you carry on, Vanya, the nurse is going to put a finger to your lips. How about we go for a walk, just outside, something we can have a discussion and take in the air rather than being stuck in this cramped confines.
Okay. And she's just gonna follow her.
All right. Desmond, you would see the chamber as Vanya and the nurse went into the nurse's chamber. A few moments later, they both came back out. The nurse will just wave towards you, a large smile on her face. We're just going out for a little chat and a walk to get some fresh air rather than be stuck in here. So, well, you'll be all right, I hope.
I should hope so. Seems like you've gotten much more of a taste for the outside recently.
It's not good for one such as I to be cooped up for so long, and, well, it's not very often I get the chance to, walk around now, is it?
Perhaps the inclination. But all right, I'll keep an eye on Sal and enjoy your walk.
Would Vanya know that whatever operation that she has going on is helping this ability to walk around?
I mean, I can't check. It's unlikely. You know, this is something that is you're doing, your power, your folks, your people. The nurse doesn't have a, any ties to it, so... and, you know, again, this is not the first time the nurse has been out and about. She has visited you guys in the Folly before in the past. So no, you know, it's incredibly unlikely that what you're doing is empowering her at the moment.
Good deal.
All right. So, with Vanya and the nurse departing the society, you step out into Market Row, or at least the alleys. Let's activate that. There we go. I can get rid of the rain since it's no longer raining. Yaski, you're really making this awkward for me, dude. I've got a cat just sat on my lap. He's just staring at me, man.
Yeah, we can see the back of his schwad.
Yeah, he's just sort of sat on my legs, staring up at me.
It's
right.
setting the scene, though. It's like making it just a little bit more evil to have a cat sitting on your lap.
I mean, that'd be cool and all if he sat on my lap looking evil instead of this cute face just looking up at me like he wants something.
You just need to do the pinky at the edge of your mouth. Be like, 1 million copper pieces.
1 million.
The frickin' lasers.
Talking about frickin' lasers, did you like the laser grave? That, you know, the laser wall from the mage. Anyway, I'm freaking derailed. Right. As you step out into the alleys of lower streets, or Market Row, the nurse leads you through a few side streets until eventually reaching a deserted alley. Here she sets herself down on a pile of rubble. With a quick flick of the finger, casts a fire under one of the awnings and motions for you to sit with her, Vanya.
Vanya is gonna go to an area that's kind of flat for her to sit, but she's gonna prestidigitation it, like, to clean it off before she sits down.
Ah, my dear pupil, I will cut right to the chase. This organization of yours, this plans you've got, I can feel, I can see, I can tell that you are gaining power. And I'm proud and happy, joyous even to see that you are doing so.
How many members do I have now?
I would imagine at least 40 to 50 or 60.
Yeah, I have...
Of the sisters, at least.
I have, oh, well, what do I have in contracts?
At this point, do you know what? Roll me 2 D100s, please. Fucking hell.
Fucking good, that.
Alright. So, for those, just as a quick recap, the Sisterhood of the Rose Cross have basically been spending the last few days, weeks even, having helped out those in Pica. They've no doubt got a few signatures on the contracts to join and assist their order. That, along with the people already in lower streets, there is 156 people currently. Make a note of that just for future reference. But yeah, so you've currently got about 156 people beneath the 40 or so, 50 or so sisters. Like a plague, they are spreading quite rapidly.
Yeah, last time I checked in with my sisterhood, I think we had roughly about 50 members and about 156 contracts. So I think it's working quite well. I don't know. Should I have more?
No. For the growth and how quick things are progressing, you are doing fine. So, with that said, I have an offer for you if you are interested.
Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt to hear what the offer is, right?
Of course not, of course. So, the offer is, I wish to be a part of this organization that you're setting up, a partner as such. I will not dictate or have a say in what goes on. That is all you're doing, but I would very much like to be a assistant manager, if I believe. In return, of course, I will, well, and with that she will take a single quill out of her robes and place it in your hand, Vanya. This is what I call a quill of commission. There are very few of these things remaining, and, well, I believe you'll find it to be somewhat useful. On top of this, I too will share with you any knowledge and things of import that may assist you, and perhaps we, you and I, could become a sisterhood ourselves. A sisterhood of the sisterhood. How does that sound to you? Surely you wish to know more of this little quill that I offer. It's no ordinary implement.
I would like to know more, and what's... She mumbles under her breath, just like Garrett always wanted. How much do you get to get off of? Is it any new recruits? Is it off of my existing ones? Off of the existing contracts? How does this work?
Just those who would join. You've got yourself a little base. I'm not interested in those. Just perhaps on any new contracts that are signed, that there's a little clause that, we both could tap into the essence. That's all I ask. Just a little slice of a small slice of this pie of yours as a goodwill gesture for someone who has put you on this path of glory, happiness, and freedom.
What about any contracts you initiate?
Oh, you wish to be involved in that too? Very well.
Well, I mean,
I agree.
We're a sisterhood, right?
I agree wholeheartedly, my dear.
Would you be willing to sign my contract on this?
I would. In fact, why don't we draw up a new contract as our little coven? A new contract between you and I.
Would she, from her studies, would she know, like, about this new quill, or...
No, this is something completely different. Do you want to inspect it?
Yes.
All right. The Quill of Commission. Annoyingly, you can't read it. So, in that case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in your inventory, Vanya, and then you can click on it to bring it up.
Yeah.
There you are. Let me delete that Quill of Commission. If you can go into your inventory for me and throw up the Quill of Commission and explain what it does, that would be beautiful.
Using this item, you can write down a set of instructions for a creature whose name you know. The instruction takes 10 minutes to write and must fit on a single page. If the target starts reading the instructions, they must immediately succeed on a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or become charmed by you for 30 days. Ooh. While the creature is charmed by you, it takes a 5d10 psychic damage each time it acts in a manner directly counter to your written instructions, but no more than once each day. A creature that can't read what you have written is unaffected. Oh, can I write this in any language?
Mm-hmm.
The instructions must be read within 24 hours of you writing them, or they lose their magical potency. You can write out any command you choose, short of an activity that would result in certain death. Should you issue suicidal instructions, the effect ends. Once you have used the quill in this way, you cannot use it again for 24 hours. Oh. She's gonna draw a contract up with because she sees potential in this, and with those that maybe are against the sisterhood or struggle to be changed into someone that is happy, that this could be very beneficial.
At that point, we'll cut to black there as Vanya and the nurse, hunched over a single piece of parchment in an abandoned alley in Lower Streets, begin to concoct the beginning of a hag coven. Meanwhile, in the botanist's chamber, Garrett.
Hello.
What's happening over here?
I've turned up and I'm going to ask the botanist for some way of strengthening the defences given by the Blackthorn.
Well, you wish to strengthen? May I inquire as to Blackthorn, the essence you brought me before, yes? The thorn.
Yes.
How large is this Blackthorn?
The plant itself stretches all the way round the lower levels of the Baron's Folly. Its outbuildings and a good way through just the whole area as a rule.
You
And it
wish...
stretches. Oh, sorry.
Go on, Garrett. No, go on, Garrett.
It stretches further down to the entrances to what lies beneath.
So you wish to use the Blackthorn as a catalyst or as a barrier for... against everything?
She seems to tilt her head to the side questioningly.
Against intrusion. And a strong protector.
Why not just do as the...
Yaski, please, dude, please. Can you not? For just 5 minutes while we finish this, thank you. So,
Can you not just, as the others wouldn't, awaken?
Awaken? I do not understand. My sister was the druid. She dealt with nature. I do not know what you speak.
at this point, the nurse's head is almost 90 degrees to the left. The quizzical look on her head is... She seems absolutely flabbergasted.
I see then. I will... Show me the black thorn. I will awaken it. An adequate protector for your abode.
You wish to come to the folly?
She nods.
Well, I will be happy to escort you there myself.
The multitude of branches sprout from the back of the dryad and the botanist and begin to pull a few items from shelves, from plants, from the pool in the centre of the room. Quite fervently. She seems to have the familiar scene of her getting deep into her research written, etched across her face as her eyes go blank, the smile creepily wide.
Yes, of course. I need a few things. Perhaps we could even... Yes. 10 of your minutes. I require 10 of your minutes.
Take your time.
And like a whirlwind of branches, tentacles, and chaos, the botanist will begin to assemble a multitude of items in a large leaf. Eventually the branches reach in and begin to wrap up the leaf at the edges into a nice, neat parcel that she hovers over towards you, Garrett.
Please, escort these to our destination.
I take the package under one arm and hold my other arm out for her to link arms with.
Such a gentleman.
Such a gentleman. She will happily take your arm. And with that, Garrett, you step out into the central chamber. At this point, I would imagine Cypher and Reza would have returned from the coroner's chamber, along with Desmond, still stood there with this this box.
Stood there with a box.
Yeah.
Yeah, that he's just being extremely cautious with it. It's preoccupying everything he's doing. He's just making sure that it doesn't try to run anywhere, doesn't try to do anything. It doesn't, yeah.
So I just need to drop something in chat very quickly. Yeti, and for the rest of you, the current playtime of Pariahs is that. All right. So Garrett, Cypher, Reza, you would see Desmond stood on his own with the box. No sign of Vanya.
Vanya in the nurse's chambers.
I don't know.
Cypher shrugs.
Oh.
I think Desmond fell asleep.
No, I'm here.
Everybody's looking at Desmond. Is Vanya still here?
She went for a walk with a nurse. Not sure where they went. Just out.
We'll leave him a note. And Garrett just might's gone back to the folly on the note.
All right. Well, with the note written for Vanya, if there is nothing further you all wish to do at the folly, I believe it's time for a little walk home. For the sake of continuity, where is she on my thing? Yeah, Botanist has got access to disguise self. She would end up, throwing a brown cloak over her head, casting a rather crude disguise self just to hide her branch-like legs that would protrude from the bottom. And you would all see that, Garrett is... It seems the Botanist is taking a trip with you all back to the folly. But it's there. We'll end it. We'll pick up the session back at the folly next week. With what's about to come. And you'll look forward to it. It's gonna be good.
A gudgeon.
Something we've had planned for. Oh man, a while.
Months now.
Yeah. Any questions or comments? Anything you want to say in regards to what to that session? Longer than usual by an hour.
Yeah. Cypher did nothing wrong, and clearly Vanya's the bad guy. Just saying, cool. Nothing further. Goodbye, chat.
Bye, chat.
I
Goodbye,
have not
Chad.
backstabbed anybody yet. Goodbye, Chad.
Remember, Desmond is the boss before Vanya. And see you next time on Pariahs.
Fuck's sake. All right. Get fuck off, a lot of you. I'll speak to you shortly. What can I say? What can I say about that? That was a session. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Trying to find my ending music. Bear with me. Come on, where are you? That'll do. That'll do. We'll bring this one down. bring this one up. All right, everyone, once again, thank you very much for the support. As always, thank you for tuning in for episode 53 of Pariahs. Rayvon, thank you for the gifted sub to... Who was it gifted to? It doesn't say. Mama Dingo. I appreciate it, my dude. Lord Rower 2018, thank you for the follow. Jay Kappa, thank you for the 6-month Prime sub. I appreciate it. Jero, for your 51-month. Mwah. Jumplax with the 5 gifted subs. D's coming in with the fucking 50. Yeah, basically $50. 5,000 bits. You absolute champion. Thank you. I appreciate it. And also D's for your 61-month resub. Divrak with the 26-month. You sir, Divrak. Rest in peace. Lucius, thank you for the 53 months. Yeah, with that, everyone, thank you for joining us for episode 53, and I will see you all hopefully Saturday for Chronicles. Hopefully, depending on whether I've got to go and pick my wife up from the port. If not, it'll probably be the Sunday. Yeah, with that, for now, ta-ta. So much intrigue. So much intrigue. Cypher and his profane rituals. Vanya forming a hag coven. Garrett doing things beneath the folly. Reza hunting for vampires on a gate. And then Desmond. Well, Desmond is the very definition of a monster by this point. Didn't get what he wanted from the Outcast Coven, but, well, we'll have to wait and see what comes of all that, won't we? I will see if there's anyone to raid. I've been struggling the last few days. Yeah, Twitch. Durs, I raided you last time, so I'm not raiding you again. You can bugger off. Is anyone doing any cyberpunk stuff? I like cyberpunk. Probably not. Yeah, I mean, I raided you last week. Fuck off. I'll raid you next week. Bagger off. Good sir. You're welcome, Yeti. Thank you for chiming in as always. And it's a shame you missed the intro, the first bit of the stream. There was a lot of death, a lot of death. All right, I'm done. Can't find anyone, so fuck it. I'll see you all Saturday. Ta-ta for now.